Hello, everyone. Happy Wednesday or Thursday for some of you. All right, continuing with SurrealDB. This time we're gonna stop tinkering with all the permissions and we're gonna enter the other side of things. We're gonna enter the land of system user. What we're gonna be doing is basically when Astro project, my website, whenever it builds, I push something to the main branch, it automatically gets detected, and Cloudflare pages basically rebuild the project. So, pnpm run build, pretty much. So what happens then is that the Astro project, the Astro framework, basically loads all the content, all the blog posts, all the other pages, and whatever I have defined there, and basically pre-builds all those pages as HTML and some custom JavaScript for that and whatnot, and sends it to basically CDN as static files. So there's no server running for my website, just no such thing. So the idea is that during the build process, when we gather all the content, I would like all the metadata about the content, things like titles, descriptions, maybe some additional things that I defined, some other links, requirements and whatnot, basically be pushed to the database, to SurrealDB, during build time only, so that the database is always up to date. So if something got removed, it's gonna get removed. If something was added, it's gonna get added. If something got only updated, it's only gonna get updated. So that's the goal. But before we're gonna get to that, let's actually go to the repository, okay? So, as always, I keep pushing stuff every time we have a live stream. And we got all the way to the 7, and this is the current live stream. So the link should work. So what we're gonna do here, by the way, the beta 2 was released. Just some few fixes, no big changes anymore. It's not alpha anymore, it's just beta. So that's that. But we've got actually a pull request from pull request named adding my 2 cents. And I hope my 2 cents might be a welcome addition to your project. From the unknown, the infamous or the famous The Unknown. He's like the #1 helping person on SurrealDB Discord. He shows up on a live stream from time to time. If not for him, I would have given up on SurrealDB a long time ago, to be honest. So he basically said, sure, no problem, we can review this thing here. So this is why we're all gonna learn a little bit what we could change. And there are 8 files changed. And I mean, I glanced through it, and it's surprisingly little stuff. All right. So what do we have here? In approved, we basically add parentheses around the statement. I guess, we never encountered that error. So maybe it's better to put that here, possibly. Interesting. I don't mind that. Makes it clear. And then we have this pattern repeated a lot, where we have this, in an assert, we had this reply to is none, or this reply to is this and that. So the idea is that inside the assert, if we want to get other fields inside the same record, we don't need to use this. We can just grab it and that's it. So remove this, and instead of is none, instead of having that check, we can just put an exclamation mark, which basically negates it. So basically that would be actually much better, because with is none, the only thing we're checking for is none. If the value is null, it will go through, even though it doesn't make sense because it's a post, right? So maybe we wouldn't need to check for that, but exclamation mark is just so much easier. And if we would have something that's not typed as much, this would basically make sure that it's not false, that it's not null, and it's not none. Okay, so that's a kind of nice addition. And yeah, from this thing that at this zoom level would take 2 lines, we just went to something that's just 1 line. So yeah, that's real nice. And not sure why we have extra space here before read only, but I can live with that. And then the same thing, instead of is none, we just have exclamation mark to make it simpler. Exactly the same story here, kind of. Let's see. So we had an event, and we define when for the event. So when event is update, and before approved is not none, and before approved is not after approved. So looks like we can just do when event is update and before approved. So we're not checking that is not none, because we would be able to make it into not exclamation mark this to remove the is none. So that would be basically double exclamation mark in front of it. All we care about is that we have a value set for is approved, right? So if we do this, just that, it's gonna check if it's truthy or not. So this whole thing is just not necessary, which is kind of cool. I guess when defining things, I'm just over defining a little bit, and it's nice to be reminded that, hey, we can just strip that off and it's gonna be better. If not, it will be just the same, just less letters. The same thing, I'm just comparing it to the actual true value, while there's no point, because it's by default. Additionally, here we just do set comments plus equals 1 instead of this comments count plus 1, right? We have plus equals, which makes it probably a little bit faster, because we don't need to access this, we don't need to do that in case there are no optimizations. So that's cool. The same thing here, we just do minus equals, and that's that. What else? Oh, there's no actual line added here, it's just stretched because of this. The same thing here, we remove the equals true because it's not necessary, and we just make it minus equals. Yeah, great. So what else? In liked, again, we were just doing equals equals false, where we can just shove an exclamation mark in front of it. It will be the same. So that's that. Again, plus equals instead of this whole thing. Wow, okay. I like that, because we can do update target set likes count plus equals 1. That's actually really nice, because we kind of are assigning here, but we're increasing. Oh, I never realized that you can actually do this. So instead of this whole lines, because this would be one kind of query to execute, to create a variable, go to the target, get its count, increase it by 1, assign it here. And then run another query where we again need to search for the target, reach out to it, and assign this a new value. Well, here we have just one query where this is going to be probably as optimized as possible. So yeah, that's a big change for the better. And exactly the same thing here, just -1. Again, we don't need this. And asserts, we don't need this in defaults. All right. We don't need to equals equals false. We just do exclamation mark. It's just lots of making code just a little bit more concise. And more concise often means that it's just easier to wrap your hand around. Of course, to an extent. And what do we have in test data? Oh, this is the big change here. So look at this. Before, we had let authors, and we create an array, and we, go through 5 authors, map them to have names, test user, and a number, right? And then we map them and basically create those objects, right? And then another statement, we iterate over them and run create for each one of them. Well, this is totally unnecessary because we can just say, hey, what's the user count? So we'll have it configurable and users, and we just do basically the same thing. From 1 to the user count, map them to map them where we actually create the whole username and whatnot. And what we're doing after that is another statement for authors. So we have users on authors because remember we had this was for authors and this was for posts. Oh, so we also do users separately. Okay, I am missing here probably something. But what is going on is that at some point, instead of running this for loop for everything, we just do insert into, because the insert statement can accept the whole array of things and will just create a bunch of things in a batch, which is significantly faster to execute. And there you go. We don't need anything return, nothing. We just run it here, and that's it. So that's great. The same for generating posts. Instead of this whole for loop and whatnot, we just do insert into posts. That's it. And we even have batch size. Array clamp. Oh, I didn't read that. So we have the posts, and then we have batch size of post count divided by user count. Oh, so this is where we match them together, because remember we had create this. We in the loop for posts, we created a post and then created relations to that post, like with some random authors. So here we are creating batch sizes of how many users, and then we basically divide the array of those posts into those specific batch sizes. In this case, it will be basically 5 equal sizes for if we have 1,000 posts, and 5 users, it will be 200. Batch size will be 200. So we create 5 arrays with 200 items each. And then for each user, we just get which user this is. Insert relation into authored. Yeah, this could be improved. And then we relate them in a batch again, which is way faster. So, interesting take. A little bit different because I recall that we had very random way to do it that kind of randomizes, but at the same time, didn't we also have it where user will have... No, I don't remember. Where the post has ultimately only one user pointing at it. So this is roughly the same thing, it's just not random. So that's interesting. And then at the end we have, again, just replace the exclamation mark. So other than this, I like the approach, I just don't like the end result. It's all great. So I'm just gonna approve it. Looks great. Thank you. And we're gonna approve it. Okay. And this is where we're gonna start today. All right. So we're gonna squash and merge. All right. And we can delete the branch. Oh, we actually don't have a branch because This wasn't in our repo. Okay, great. In that case, we can go here and we can pull the changes and we're gonna start another one. So let's go to our learning Surreal. We're gonna do what we usually do. Create a new folder. Not in here, just overall. Stream 8. Okay. And I'm gonna grab everything besides the Docker Compose, because I don't think we need to include that every time. Wait, not this. Copy and paste. There we go. And let's mark it as a starting point, okay? Starting point for stream 8. I won't use number in there because GitHub will think that we're relating to some issue. Alrighty. Bam. Okay, so the goal. So like I was mentioning earlier, the whole idea is that that is not the topic for today. This is the topic for today. So the topic for today is that, we have those posts, series, and topics. Users don't have direct access to them because they are solely for, some background processes to work properly, so I can do other stuff with that. Like, keep track of post interactions. Make sure that I can add some additional things like series and whatnot. Basically, I want to be able to run queries for that from different systems. And what that means, what I want to do is, I don't want to keep the database up to date myself, because that just sounds like a lot of work. I don't want to babysit a thing, create some weird synchronization stuff that's tricky, and I also don't want to use the database here as the source of truth, because what I'm doing already is I'm using markdown files. If I'll go to my website, I did some changes behind the scenes, to move things a little bit faster today. By the way, new version of SurrealDB JavaScript library was just released probably 24 hours ago or something. So if you want to update, go ahead. So, just as a reminder for when I'm writing articles and any kind of content, the way I'm doing it, it's via data, something like, here, article, where here's an article, all the markdown, right? In this case, it's MDX, so I can add some fancy extra stuff. I don't know if I have any examples here, but I'm able to add an iframe or annotation that's the actual component that's being rendered. So, I have this whole process where that's how I prefer to write articles. And therefore, because it's, markdown based, I have front matter. This is where already in my system, I'm giving things, who's the author? What's the publish date? What's the title? What the slug should be for the article? Is it featured? Is it obsolete? Is it draft? All those things, including images and whatnot, description, and of course tags, which we'll be replacing with topics. So I already have all that information, and when I'm writing a new article or editing or something, I don't want to jump between my markdown and then the database or anything else. I just, I want Astro to just use the markdown files as the source of truth and update the database for me. That's it. So the way Astro works is that I have my markdown files. Content. Okay, so be .md, .mdx, .html, or whatnot. This is basically the content that I have. I am writing that myself. Then I'll be red. We'll have Astro. So what Astro does is basically when we start the build, Astro basically says gather content. Okay. So let's just do build. Okay. When we initiate a build, which for me is whenever I just run the development server on my local machine, or it is, for example, Cloudflare pages detected that, oh, there's new commit that was pushed to the main branch. So we have gather content. So it basically grabs the content, okay? Grab the content. So this will be posts, topics, series, HTML pages, etc. Because besides content of just having blog posts, I have page, the main page, maybe I have the list of blog posts. Currently for tags, it automatically generates multiple pages where you can go through tags and whatnot. All this stuff, happens automatically, and that's why I'm using Astro, to be honest. So it gathers the content. Then we've got the step where it's extract metadata. Okay. So, I want this as an arrow, not as a... Here. Extract metadata. So this is where Astro basically goes and analyzes, like, okay, we've got all this stuff, and it basically loads it into something. Up here will be in, where's content, and we have, for example, in schemas, we have a schema for a blog post. So each blog post needs to have metadata like author, all those little things, what values are here, like, is it obsolete? It can be defined. It doesn't have to. It's optional. While something like title must be defined there. It's not optional, okay? So it basically loads all that data from those markdown files. So this is metadata. What happens next is basically generate HTML and JavaScript. Okay, so after this is all extracted, Astro will automatically turn all those markdown files into static files and whatnot. All this magic is happening. And then we basically have serve/upload to CDN. Okay, so that's what happens after that. So what I want to add is one extra step. I want to add a step where after we extract the metadata, it will be update SurrealDB. Okay, I want to add this step. Let's just make it like this. So we just do this. And after that, we, of course, return to our normal build process. So this is it. This way, users will be able to, like the posts, read them, comment on them and whatnot. And in the future, we'll use this data for more, for, whatever needs to happen there. So this is the step we want to add. So I started modifying a little bit of the gathering content and extracting metadata to make room for adding that step. Fortunately, recently, Astro team just released some additional content layer API, which allows to hook into that whole process a little bit more than before. So let me show you roughly what I started doing. So Astro, basically, you can define config TS for the content itself to define how the content is being loaded, or what is the content. So in my case, I decided that we'll have topics, we'll have blog, which will be basically posts, and we'll also have, after that, const series, which will be literally load data from the series folder. Okay, and we'll have series schema. We don't have it defined yet. We're gonna get through that. Okay, so we're just defining that for example, blog, for the posts, just use a specific loader. This is something they just added, that you can define your own loader, and we just pass it. Okay, grab all the markdown or MDX files from the data/blog and load them, and that's it. Okay, and they will be basically checked through this schema and available through that schema, so we have types anywhere else. And I can define a few of those, a few different types of content. So what I also did is I added db sync, which is a different loader that I don't have finished yet. That's what we'll be doing today. Which basically the idea is that it's gonna grab all this content, process it a little bit, and just push it to the database. I even hard-coded the URL to the to SurrealDB, and then we just push it all, right? And we're also gonna add the series here. And so far I noticed that these actually execute in order, but it shouldn't be guaranteed. So let me just quickly show you what's in, for example, the blog loader. We're passing it the pattern and base, and we're passing it this way so that we can execute a original loader that already was defined by Astro to actually load all the markdown files and, you know, all the content, right? So we're reusing the thing that was already there, normally run, but what we're adding at the end is we're marking that we're done loading posts so that the db sync loader can start. So we call mark posts loaded. While in something like topics loader, we'll have mark topics loader, okay? I can actually remove all this unnecessary stuff from here. Okay? Just like that. And we don't even need this? No. We'll need to get through that. This is not finished yet because we don't have a topic yet. But the whole idea is that each one of those calls this, you know, mark this as loaded, mark that as loaded. So when we go to the db sync loader, we can see that we have just a few variables, global variables, where we, you know, check, we can specify, was the db, you know, did we sync to the db yet? Are we syncing right now? Were topics, posts, and series loaded? You know, checkbooks for basically each one of them. And then we have basically series of little async functions. All they do is like, you know, wait until the thing is loaded. All right, here I'm just timing out every 100 milliseconds. Doesn't matter, this is during build time once only. So also we have the mark topics as loaded, and this is just switching that little checkbox. That's it. So our main loader for syncing to database, what it does so far is basically, you know, hey, we're syncing in progress. Unless it's already syncing, then we're just skipping it. This code is basically, if it already synchronized or is during synchronization process, just skip any other attempts of loading that data. Because I want to avoid a situation where during the runtime, I'll be editing on a blog post, seeing what it looks like, right? Because that's how I write blog posts. I keep typing markdown and seeing on the other screen what it looks like on the website itself. Because sometimes you want the code to be nicely highlighted and whatnot. And I don't want a situation where I'm just in the middle of defining something. Maybe I change title, maybe I change some kind of ID, whatnot. And it's just temporary. And so that when I don't want a situation where it just keeps sending data to the database and database just keeps freaking out because maybe I moved something, whatnot. I just want it to run only when I actually build it. This way, you know, we won't put garbage into the database or lose some data or anything. That's why we're making sure we're gonna do it only once. And then we basically would connect to the database and whatnot. We're gonna do that. So after that, we just wait for topics, for posts, and for series. All right. So the whole idea here is that no further processing will happen, or like no processing will happen until all those 3 other loaders finish. So kind of a hacky way, but it should work good. It should work out good enough. And if it's good, then we'll be able to validate, if we have duplicates or whatever. So if there are any errors, we won't let Astro compile, finish getting the content. Therefore, we'll throw errors, it won't compile. And we need to fix our content before we even can view it or push it to the database. So this is another little prevention thing. And after that, we can basically, all that are loaded, we're gonna send it to the database, right? There's a to-do. And after that, we're gonna mark it as synced, and it won't allow it to run anymore. Just like that. Yeah, so that's the goal. Now we just need to figure out how to sync that data. So I'll tell you in a second. Alrighty, so the idea is that we load the content in the specific order of topics, posts, and series. Because when you think about it, a series is a series of blog posts, okay? So we need to, when we define that series, we need to basically know what blog posts will be in it, right? So this depends on the blog posts. Well, blog posts, they need to specify which topics they're about. Therefore, we need to load topics first. Because topics, they themselves don't really contain posts. They're referred to by posts. And they definitely don't contain series. So that seems like a just simple hierarchy. So the idea would be to basically load each type one by one. And then at the end, we would need to send it to the database. And the challenge here is, how do we make sure that all the data is 100% valid? That we won't have a situation where, let's say, we're going to upload topics, they're going to succeed, but then the next step with posts just fails, and we have data in some kind of chaos. So that's the thing I would like to avoid. So the way I'm thinking about it is, what if our sync loader will literally gather all the data and just send it to one single function in Surreal? Just send all the data. It's not a lot. It will be just metadata. So not a big deal, not a lot. And just push it off. And then the database, when we execute the function, it will be basically a single transaction automatically. And therefore, we can basically start updating content in some kind of semi-smart way, in the database. And that's it. When it completes, the sync loader will finish and it will be all marked okay. All the data is correct. But if the function at some point will, fail due to some of our error, or maybe there's some problem with the content that we sent or whatnot, or I don't know, database crashed in the middle of transaction or something. In that case, the whole transaction will be reverted and we won't have any issues. No data will be actually damaged. So yeah, that's the goal. So one thing will be to gather all the data and send it, and the other will be to receive it and figure out how the database can process it. So I guess we'll need to just start by maybe doing a little bit of this topics thing. Do I have topics schema? I have. I kind of started designing very basic schema, because a topic is basically like a tag all it is just a name to tell us what it is. So we define a name that will be just a string, and a description, so that if you click on a topic or tag, at least there will be a description. If it will be Astro, you will see that this is about Astro.js and not about some astronomy. Okay, so this might remove some confusion, because often in the world of technology, many different completely unrelated things have the same name or something very similar. All right. Then we also have slug, and this is basically what is the page of that for that specific topic. All right. And then on top of that, we'll have the most important part. I will actually move it one up, the ID. So instead of relying on something like a name of a topic, because I don't know, maybe some kind of product will be renamed at some point. Or I'll decide, you know what, that this topic should be named something else, maybe more specific, maybe more generic or whatnot. I would like to be able to change the name. I would like to be able to change the description or the slug if I deemed it necessary. Okay? It's not like a post where it always has to have, the same slug. So ID would be the one thing that doesn't change. This will be our identification thing. I can just, whenever I create a new topic, I can manually create a new ID, no big deal. It will live in Markdown, defined just like that, or probably JSON at that point. We'll see. And yeah, that's that. All right. So I think this is a good enough schema for this thing. So now the thing is that we need to put it somewhere. All right. Have it in schemas. I don't like to have it in schemas, but I guess we'll live with that for now. And we define the topic type is here. That's it, right? So inside our config, all this looks good. We'll just define them as markdown files. Later, I'm gonna look how to make them into actual JSON files, or maybe a single JSON to load all the topics to simplify it. For now, we know that this will be in source data topics. So let's go there. We have data blog. So let's do data, new folder, topics. And I'm just gonna create a new topic, okay? So let's create a new file, and the topic will be SurrealDB.md for Markdown, okay? We don't really care about the content much. Oh wow, let's see what AI knows about SurrealDB. SurrealDB is a distributed, scalable, and fault-tolerant database that is designed to be easy to use, simple to learn, and powerful enough to handle most use cases. Look at that. AI knows about SurrealDB, so that's actually awesome. You should not be able to read this sentence, okay? Because we don't care about content. We only want the actual schema here, okay? So our schema was like this, and let me just peek at something here. What's this? Star run on debug. I don't want this preview editors. Oh, this is part of that. Ew. Am I running it right now? No. Topics loader. I don't have the page anymore, so let's just pick here. So we just have this. So ID, and we'll be just whatever. We're gonna generate it in a second. Then we're gonna have name of the topic will be SurrealDB. We can now use nice, capital letters whenever we need to. So this will be posts about the SurrealDB database. Okay, that's all we need, and the slug will be SurrealDB, and that's all the data that we need. But for the ID, I just do I want it as a number, or do I want it as something else? I would like it to not be a number. let's just go and do fancy stuff. UUID generator.net. Yeah. Copy this one, and this will be our ID. Okay. There we go. That's all there is to define topic. Okay. So let's just create one more. We're gonna literally copy and paste it, and we're gonna rename it to Astro.js. Okay. Astro.js. Okay. About the Astro.js framework. Okay. And Slack will be Astro. That's it. So we've got 2 topics, although I need to update the ID. Refresh. There we go. So this way, this will be one thing to actually add to the checks for data integrity before we even try to send it to database, although I would like the database to check that on its own anyway, just in case we're gonna miss something in JavaScript, because this is pretty important. So that, to check if there are duplicates of something or whatnot. We'll see. Okay, so we've got 2 topics defined. So what we need to do now is actually implement our topics loader. So what I can do to do it quickly is just look how I did that in a blog loader, because I know that works. So what do we need to do? Looks like not a lot. Okay, so we've got the topic loader, an async that takes loader input, and all we need is this. So we're just gonna copy and paste it. Instead of post loaded, it'll be marked topics loaded. We're downloading topics. Okay. So it uses already glob to load everything, and that will already work because in here we're already providing it the what. So we have this basically already loading and this already loading. Let's just define a super simplistic for series. I don't have any way of displaying in a series yet, but this way we can check the box off and just make it load something so that we can just keep going, assuming that, things would be displaying properly. So in schemas, we're gonna define one more schema, which will be export const series schema. Okay. So what do we have here? ID, sure. Name of the series, description, yeah. Slug, and a list of topics. Okay. Topic IDs. Okay. Let's just do it like this. Topic IDs. No, topic IDs. So this will be list of topics, and then it will be post IDs. There we go. That's it. That's our schema. And nothing is optional. So this will define that a series will be about some topics and contain some posts. Beautiful. So that one fast. And we're gonna make it strict. And we're just gonna export a type series, which basically is a normal TypeScript type that has all that in there so that we can reuse it here and there. And that's that. Okay, wow, this is going fast. And I'm gonna move topics actually on top so that we have everything in the order that it's supposed to be in. Beautiful. So if that's the case, we can probably get rid of this. No, not get rid of it yet. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna copy one of the topics where we have not blog topics. Okay. Gonna grab one topic and we're just gonna create a new, let's actually new file. So this will be series. Well, what could be the first series? SurrealDB intro. Okay. Basics. Let's say that I would make a series of articles about the basics of SurrealDB. Okay. So what we can do is actually open one of those topics, grab it, to copy it. I'm gonna plop it here. But on the side, I'm also gonna open one of the normal blog posts so that we can copy the way to define a list. Okay, so the series needs a ID. So refresh, copy. We have a unique ID. Name will be SurrealDB Basics. An introduction to SurrealDB. And Slag will be SurrealDB-Basics. There we go. So this will be our series. What else do we need to have defined in there? Let's put it aside and let's see. We need ID, name, description, slug, and topic IDs. So let's do topic IDs. And in our case, we're just gonna have one topic, which it probably actually guessed correctly. Topics, SurrealDB, copy, and paste. There we go, just like that. And the last thing will be post IDs. And what post did it suggest? Did it figure something out or no, it made up its own thing. Okay, so let's say that we're gonna pretend that we have something here. So what we can do is go to some kind of post and I'm actually gonna add the ID here, okay? Because we need to make sure that our posts have IDs as well. So this might be a little bit less fun, but we're gonna try to make it fast. And we'll need how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So let's do 13. Generate. Just gonna copy them all. And bam. The first one. Okay. So this is the first. I'll just gonna go through them quickly. ID. I'm gonna plop this thing here. So we can probably just do ID like this. And this is where we're gonna go even faster. Close, 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 close them all. Yeah, I'm just gonna run everything one thing. Okay. One here. And one here. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so these are the blog posts. We have just few tests for Mermaid. Okay. These are all marked as draft. So that's the one thing that we'll be able to test. Drafts. Okay. This and that. And we have one more here. And the last one right here. Okay. So we updated all those. So let's just close all that stuff. And all right, so SurrealDB basics. Let's just grab maybe this thing. Oh, this needs to be archived. So we've got this blog post and maybe this blog post that is a draft. Huh, interesting. Another interesting problem. What if a series has drafts? We need to show that properly as well. And this will be the third one. And this way we're gonna have nice 3 blog posts in that series, okay? And that's all that we needed to define here. So it should be good here. So the only thing now is to actually go to the schemas and add the ID to the blog post itself. And yeah, we're done. Great. So the only thing, we need to also update we had topics loader, right? Which is literally this. And we need to go, and we don't have the other loader, so it needs to be right. Series loader. There we go. Oh, so quiet in chat today. Everyone's shy. Just make sure that nothing stopped streaming like last time. That was unfortunate. I was talking for 3 hours just to myself. And maybe 2 people on Twitch. Hey, Mithridates. How are you doing? Okay, so series loader will be basically, instead of topic schema, we'll have series schema, mark series loaded, and we'll just do series series, bunch of renames. Okay, so this will be series loader, blah 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 blah, all series, all that is fine, and mark series, and schema will be series. There we go. So that's literally it. You just load the data, and suddenly we can close this because it's not necessary. This isn't necessary. This isn't necessary. And we'll get to that one. The last thing to mark is in config. We just need to make sure we actually load the series schema and series loader, right? Alrighty. There we go. And Method says good. Just adding some change notes. Nice. Mostly fixes instability. As you noted, there is an is leap year function now. Yes, I saw that function, and that's kind of cool. That's one of those things that you only realize later, like, oh, we need that. For some reason, I really don't enjoy working with dates. Didn't like calculations with dates at school, and don't like it in programming either. The way it works kind of breaks my brain sometimes. Okay, so this should be it. We should be able to load everything. And because of that, the sync loader, when waiting for everything, should complete. And here I'm just noting how many posts there are and whatnot, all data, and we fake send it. So what happens if I'm going to try to run it? pnpm dev. Okay, let's see what shows up here. Because I probably made like 30 mistakes. Okay, optimizing dependencies, all that stuff. Content config changes. Oh, look at that. Waiting for all data to load before syncing to DB. Finished fetching 7 blog posts. All data loaded, sending to DB. And the database is now up to date. To resync, please restore the server. So these are all the things that happen from here. And notice that we finished fetching 7 blog posts. And that happens only after we waited for the topics, posts, and series to be loaded. So everything loaded properly. There were no errors that Astro would freak out about. So yeah, that's absolutely great. So it says, France tried to make a metric calendar in the 18th century. One of the few metric things that didn't take off. I probably heard about it in some YouTube video. 10-day weeks, 30 days per month. That would be so cool if that was the case. But then what? We would have 8-day weekdays? 8-day work weeks. Oh, that would be horrible. Even 7-day work weeks and 3 days off. Kind of fun to have like 3 days off. But yeah, it would need to be divided. You work 3 days, you have 2 days off, you work another 3 days, and you have another 2 days off. I guess something like that. Yeah, that ratio will be actually fine. I know, it's just so hard to imagine something different now when you grew up, when, for centuries was the same thing. All right, so that worked. Now let's add another part. Okay. One part we need to, because, we finished fetching, we have this test here, right? So this, I kept this here as an example of what it looks like to actually fetch some kind of data from the collections that we just loaded during the load time. Because remember, this is just another loader that runs during the load period. But because it's JavaScript and it all runs on one thread, and we don't need to worry about thread safety or anything, we can just load that data because it's kind of global and that's it. So that's the fun of it. So what we could do here is basically for like load IDs of all the possible ones and maybe shove them in some kind of set. And then in case our set ends up having less elements than all those elements before, we're gonna say like, oh, sorry, you have a repeating, you have a duplicate ID somewhere, we can't proceed or something. So I think that could be an option here. So what now? Let's think about it. How do we do that? So we have topics. So let's just do validate data integrity. So we'll just make check for duplicate IDs in all collections. Okay. So we're loading. These are not topics. What the heck? Const posts. We're gonna do const topics. There we go. And we don't have anything like draft topic, right? So we get the collection. Oh, because this has some optional filter, right? So we can skip the filter. Okay, we want all the topics. We actually want all the possible posts. So we don't need any filters again. And we want all the series. And therefore, let's do const total number of IDs. Bam. And then we're gonna make const look at that, duplicate IDs, new set. All IDs, okay? It will be a set, and then we can go basically const collection of this. I don't want to go to each collection. For constant, what do we call them? Content of topics, posts, and series. We just add the ID, right? And there we go. AI already knows what we want to do. If all IDs size is different than total number of IDs, duplicate IDs found in collections, in all collections. Okay, just that. And content. Please fix this before. This needs to be fixed before syncing to that database. Okay. And what we're going to do here, because we could either return to assume that we finished, right? Or we can just straight up do throw new error. And let's just make let's just do that. We'll just throw it. There we go. Okay. So at the end, we're gonna, if there were no problems, instead of saying finish fetching this and that, we can say we can actually do this right here. We're gonna have logger info all data loaded, starting data validation. Okay, all data valid, sending to DB. Okay, and this is what's gonna happen. Cool. All right. So let's try to run our server again, and let's see if it works. All data valid. We don't have any duplicates. So what if I'm gonna make it to be a duplicate? I just want to make sure that my validation actually works. Let's say that I'm gonna go to something like a topic, Astro.js, right? And I'm gonna copy and say that a series has the same ID. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and let's try to run it again. All data valid, really? Are you serious? Method that says, oh, one PR that went up today that you might like. Info for DB slash table version something something. Oh, as in versioning for the info to inspect what the schema was in some point of time? Am I correct? Because if yes, that would be very cool. It would be even more cool if we would be able to get info as an object or something. But okay, that's super cool to see actually what the progression of schema was. Huh. Yeah, the moment we can get it in the form of some kind of object that the database could analyze programmatically, it would be super awesome. That would be like, oh, that and error handling, and you have at that point you'll have amazing migration opportunities, because writing migrations is true pain, at the same time really necessary, especially for larger deployments, because I seem to be trying to lock things up as much as possible, asserts everywhere and whatnot, but the moment you go into enterprise company, it's just 10 times more. Like, oh, sometimes head hurts just from thinking how much effort is put into making sure the data is valid, while makes it too convoluted to the point where it's just impossible to work with. But yeah, then you need crazy migrations, and if you can have error handling and inspections on, what was the schema, what changed and what not. Does this need to be updated or whatnot? Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah, I worked on a few tools where they could automatically apply incremental updates to the schema for separate modules of the application, for separate parts of the database, which was kind of cool. There was a whole tool built for that. And it wouldn't be possible to build it without the whole, deserializing. I mean, you and Surreal could, if you would make, like a JavaScript app that runs the query and return, gets analyzed, you make your own parser for the return data or something. But we'll get there. Now the question is, why doesn't this clash with the other one? Because we have SurrealDB. And then we've got the Astro.js. They have both the same IDs. Well, this just was like, oh, it's fine. Oh, now it detected. Okay, maybe I didn't save earlier. Okay. Although I load it and duplicate IDs, found in content. There we go. So yeah. In the future, we can point out to what were the duplicate IDs or something. We don't need that. I'm just happy it works right now. I'm gonna save it. Therefore, I'm gonna run it and it needs one more run. What the heck? What the hell's going on? How long does it need to notice that there's stuff fixed? Oops. Really? What the heck? Okay, Astro is throwing fits at us. Sorry about that. One day it might start working again. We'll see. Alrighty, so let's just think how we can start uploading content. So the thing is that in our database, we're storing only some of the data. And in our blog posts and whatnot, we don't even have everything in there yet either. Because if I'm gonna put side by side our schema for example, a blog post and the schema for blog post here, we have title, okay? Description, match. Slug, match. Featured, obsolete, draft, all those match together. But here we don't have learnable, well, we have learnable here. Our, image and whatnot, we're just gonna keep it there for now. Published on, okay. We don't have exact equivalent here. We just have, I have canonical, I have dev2 URL. So we could kind of push those things there. Over time, I want to make the schema in the blog on Astro side exactly the same as here. Just, of course, within reason. But we're just gonna skip some stuff and put some defaults for now, just for development purposes. And the other thing is that yeah, published on, it's a list, and published at, and then we have updates. Again, we don't have such thing here yet, although we're gonna get it. And then things like likes count and whatnot, that won't be getting updated really, because we want to have it the same way. And we won't worry about creating those relations yet for, what depends on what. We'll keep it working on it incrementally. And this here, this verification UID, I'm gonna get rid of that as well. But for now, this looks relatively good. So, so we need to do two things before we can even start doing anything. First, we're gonna need to figure out what kind of object we're building for each of those, which is basically, the format. Basically, what is the input for the function that we're passing, what are we building on our in SurrealDB. And second is, of course, log into the database, connect, but we won't be connecting the way we were connecting before, which is through through the normal, through the record user. We're gonna connect as a system user. And I would like to actually create a new system user for that and use something I haven't used before, which is actual command for creating users. SurrealQL statements. Define user to create system users on SurrealDB. There we go. will be authenticated as a root user, so we're good. So how do we do that? Define user, username on root, and password this. Roles, owner, duration, for session, for token, all that fun stuff. Awesome. The following example shows how you can create namespace user. Okay, so this was root, this was namespace, and we'll do the database. Okay, so we're probably gonna run something like this. And then we have if not exists. We don't worry about that because we'll just do it once. Override, and we have the things. So let's just fire up SurrealList. Okay. StreamingDB, it's connecting. Okay. And the new updated SurrealList, we actually have something I'm very excited about because now the connections are just for the servers. And here I can select that I want to connect to dev, xconti tech, right, to that database. It actually detects them automatically, which is nice too. So it can switch around without kind of maintaining million variants of connections. Awesome. So let's start building this up. We have define user and we're gonna call it Astro build. Oh, builder, Astro builder, okay? Yeah, that will be the user, okay? A password, let me just generate some quick password generator, copy it, and let's paste it here, okay? Crumpled apple one dragging, perfect. And now the roles. Here it's viewer, but let's read up on the roles, okay? Because this is pretty important. So for the system user, we have 3 roles available right now. Owner can view and edit any resource on the user's level or below. The user level, in this case, will be a database. Okay, we're gonna specify it for which database. I mean, we know because we already signed into that database. Okay, and then the second thing is, yeah, on that user's level. So basically, for that specific database, it can edit any resource, view and edit, including user and token resources. It also grants full permissions for child resources that support the permissions clause. Okay? I mean, all system users do that. So this is kind of an owner. What about editor? Can view and edit any resource on the user's level or below, but not users or token resources. All right, so this is probably what we want, the editor. And then there's a viewer, grants permission to view any resource on the user's level or below, but not edit. So this is just for viewing. Now this is gonna be uploading, this is gonna run a query, so we definitely need to run it as the editor. I kind of expected that the editor not only won't be able to access users and tokens, but I would expect that editor wouldn't be able to also define schemas. Interesting. It's like, feels like there could be one extra level that just says, okay, you can edit and do data, but you can't alter the schema. Because the moment you can alter a schema, you kind of can delete massive amount of data and whatnot. While if you can't alter the schema, even as a system user, you can batch add content, you can delete that content, but you can't mess things up. You can't remove, safety checks and whatnot. So that's interesting. So in our case, it'll be the editor because that matches what we want the best. And then duration for session, we want to do like 5 minutes. And for token, 2 minutes. Okay? Because this is just something that's gonna run once during the build time. Shouldn't take more than like 1 minute to run or whatever. So yeah, this is the limit. All right, this sounds good. And we don't have anything else, right? The durations, and that's it. So run query. And we'll go to authentication. We can see the database user, Astro builder. All right. And what if I'm gonna go to a different namespace and test? Yeah, so this is basically showing only for the current location. I'll go to namespace dev. I don't have database set yet, so I can see only root users and namespace users. I click on a database and it fills up. Interesting that this one shows only when the database loaded. Huh. Maybe a little bug or something. Interesting. Method it says comment in the code. / In the future, we will allow for custom roles. For now, provide predefined roles. Yeah, I recall that. There was somewhere up here. Like there's I recall reading that at some point that there was this mention. But they're saying that this is literally comment in the code. Yeah, custom roles will be cool too. But I can see that, it's not a big issue yet. I mean, all this could be kind of done with permissions, but that means that we would need to have another set of permissions and a whole bunch of additional things that could partially overlap and add way more complexity. So, yeah. What could be kind of fun is that if we would be able to define, because you can define access, right? Define access statement for managing the permissions. Too bad you can't have a separate set of permissions that you have for each kind of access rather than making it a one large query. But that's just asking too much to rebuild too much, so just a thought. Yeah, it says currently there's 2 to imply a future change. Alrighty. So we've got our user. So let's do that. Please tell me I have the password still saved in the clipboard. Come on, where's the code? Oh no, I don't have the password anymore. But wait, our query. Oof, okay, cool. So let's just plop that here. What we're gonna do is a little bit ugly, but it will work. We're just gonna do here. Send data to DB. Okay. So we can actually start this. Okay, send data to DB. We don't need that comment. It's obvious. We have the whole logger about it. So sync DB, we say true. And now it will be basically to do will be package into appropriate format for the database, and then we'll be log into DB, connect, and log into SurrealDB. That sounds a bit nicer. So this will probably use whatever we had. Because right now it suggests get database, which is the thing that we're using previously, right? That existed in common database, right? I actually rewrote it a little bit to have to work a little bit better. Like, manage the WebSocket connections, but we don't want to work with this. We actually want to do it a little bit differently. Let me just say this would be Astro builder, and this will be the thing. Okay. So that I just have it there. So let's copy some of this stuff here. We'll need to import a SurrealDB to be able to connect to it. Okay. That's no brainer. Then Surreal URL, we need to reuse the thing? No, we actually use the URL that was provided through the config. So in the SurrealDB manager, our loader here already receives the SurrealDB URL. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is, we already have it. So what's next? So we don't want that part. We just want this. Database is new Surreal. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try, because logging in might fail. And we don't deal with tokens here because we'll just log in normally. So we don't need to extract any tokens. What we're gonna do here is just await database connect and do a bunch of stuff in there. All right. So connect, and this will be the Surreal URL that we received in here. That I know that I can just grab like this inside the config. So I'm just gonna do it here. Yeah, like this. And I'm just gonna plop it here. Okay. Wow, I can actually straight up do this, or better, straight up just do this and call it a day. All right. Great. So what we're gonna do here is connect SurrealDB, prepare, and basically when we connect, we want to switch to the same database. I'm gonna move this at some point to environment variables or something, just so that I can set appropriate namespace and database and the connection string and the passwords and whatnot, depending on if it's production, if it's, local or something, or staging. Alrighty. And then we have the authenticate, but we don't authenticate with token anymore. We want to authenticate. Because wait, what? Sign in, right? Sign in instead of authenticate. So we're gonna use the root names database auth. Do we really need to provide those? I guess so. We'll just do it twice. So it'll be sign in. Okay. And we're just gonna do a few of those. So first is namespace, which will be dev. Then we have the database, and then we have the username, which will be Astro builder. And then the last one will be crumpled apple dragging. There we go. Where did that come from? What the hell just happened? Why is everything red? It looks absolutely disastrous. Okay. Is this sign in from here to here? Okay. Expect one argument. Oh, because it's just this. I see. Oh well. Can I just do this? Cut it out of here. Just plop it here. Nope. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. And that's the end of prepare. What the heck's going on? What a mess. Yeah. So we basically connect, switch to the proper namespace and database, and then we sign in. Alrighty. And the end, we're connected. So this is basically the connection. We try that, and then we try additional thing, which is send the data. So how would we send data? So if we're gonna go here to the integration, SDKs, JavaScript. What do we have here? Initialization of the parameters, live queries, data query, right? So here just regular query, which is we can send whatever query we want. Or we have query raw, which will get back the raw RPC response. We don't care about that. Table, select, create, insert, update, merge, patch, and delete. So we don't have just call a function, okay? So we're gonna just use the good old query. Okay. Examples, this query, and it says what the result, what the expected result should be. So let's think about it. I think the expected result would be like really simple. True if it all completed, if it all succeeded, false if it didn't succeed. So we could do something like database. But we create a database here, we try it here. So let's actually do it in a separate try. So we have this catch error, failed to connect to SurrealDB, and we'll have the message. Okay, and then we can do another try, which will be let result or like success is database dot query, and the type we're expecting back is Boolean. And then we're gonna just specify some SurrealQL, okay? In this case, it will be return, and we want function update content. All right, and what we're gonna go in there will be content. There we go, just like that, and content. Okay, that's how we're gonna call it. Rather simplistic, but should be good enough, right? Why is it complaining? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be like this? There we go. And Boolean does not satisfy constraint unknown. Yeah, it'll be a list of Booleans from which we're gonna extract the first one. So it's gonna be this. And now it's what? This will return. Oh, and we need to await it, of course. Okay, so this will be results. And let success is the results, the length is 1, and first result, right? We'll see how that goes. So let's just do console log results. The database update results. Okay, just gonna print it like that. And if not success, database update failed due to unknown error. Okay, at least for now. we might just return a string or something at some point with what went wrong or something. I don't know if that's, we'll see if it's going to be necessary as we progress, okay? And everything is fine, it's fine. But we also need to catch the error. So fail to update a database Y and throw the error. And that is it. So the only thing left is to actually get the content, how we want to put it in there. So we had this thing, package data into this thing. So content is just that, okay? We'll start with an empty thing, but we'll need to define some kind of type for that. So I guess this is where we'll need to start switching to somewhere else, okay? But what I would like to do is before we do that, I just want to run it and see if some kind of query is gonna run, okay? So I'm literally gonna create this function temporarily, okay? So define function this, and it'll be content and of type any. Could be any kind of content, I don't care what. And then, wait, was it then or we just go for it, right? And the return type needs to be Boolean. So we're just gonna return true. Okay, that's all we're gonna do. Let's see if that is gonna run. No, unexpected content. Oh, we need the $sign because it acts as a parameter. There we go. So we define that function. And Explorer, we of course won't see it, but is in functions. There we go. Update content right here. Oh, you can run it with some arguments of type this and that. Interesting. You can put comments. Ah, little cute editor. Okay, great. So if that's defined, we should be able to just straight up run it. At this point already, it should connect. It has all the information hard-coded, which is fine for now. Let's see what happens. Will be problem with duplicate IDs and content? Yeah. What the heck? Oh no. First it wasn't triggering any errors, now it is. Data. Astro.js has this 65 something. This one has different. This one has different. And this one has all the different ones. Do I need to generate a completely new ID for it or something? Or do I need to completely empty cache or something? Wasn't there something for clearing the cache? I don't remember, but I'm sure there is. I have Astro installed like that? No. PNPX? PNP PNPM run Astro B. Build, check, db, dev, docs, info, preview sync preferences, studio commands, global flags. Ay. Your project, check your project for errors. Start the development server. So let's do dev help. Oh. Clear the content layer cache, forcing full rebuild. There we go. Oh, now it works. Look at that. Database update results. We got a list that has true on it. Beautiful. All right. So we connected and everything. Ah. All right. So in that case, I'm gonna add one tiny little thing, and let's just stop it. Go. So one extra thing is I just want to add after we successfully connect and everything. We'll just do logger info connected and sign in to SurrealDB. Okay. Updating database. There we go. Cool. Uh, database now up to date. Cool. Okay. So this should work. So what I'm gonna do for now, I'm just gonna quickly commit this thing. Because we made a lot of changes. So this is schema, the config. Yeah. All that stuff. Yep. So basically, define schemas for uh schemas connect and send to DB. Okay. Kind of. Alrighty. So now we can define what we need in the function itself. So let's kind of copy this as a starting point. And we're going to move to the other thingy right here, where we can create probably a new file, which will be new file. This will be fn underscore, as in for functions, database, or like Astro sync. And this is we're gonna start defining the what the function actually accepts. All right, so the thing is that we won't simply say, okay, send me this and that and that, like one by one. We don't want to define multiple separate functions for making small things because we want to get all the data as one batch. So maybe instead of saying, hey, content or something, let's just try to define it as topics. Okay. Which will be array. We're gonna have posts. Again, array. And last one will be series. So we're basically getting an array of each one of those. So now we would need to think, okay, what is the exact type for the topic? What is the exact type for the post? And what is the exact type for the series? This way we can define them and kind of have things working a little bit more nicely, I'd say. Because to some extent, if we define a type here and we call it with wrongly formatted data, the database will check the type for us automatically and just refuse to run it. This way, if we have some kind of desynchronization between Astro and the database format, it won't allow it to go through. Okay. So the topics will be probably the easiest to touch. So let's find a topic that we have defined here. What do we need to keep the topic up to date? Oh, it opened the topic in the wrong spot. There we go. So the topic, we need a name, which is a string, we need a description, a slug, and unique slug. Oh, isn't the thing that we start adding here and there? Do we have unique slug in here too? the hell is that unique slug? Where'd that come from? Huh. I don't know. I'm confused. Doesn't have a comment. I think we're gonna redefine it to something else. Because sure, the topic needs to have a slug to have a proper website for it. But on top of that, I would just probably keep the ID. And the ID is already defined as gonna be something, right? So we don't need to kind of define the ID ourselves because whatever we're gonna provide here, we're gonna use as an actual ID in the database, okay? In a table. So I'm gonna get rid of this unique slug. No idea where that came from. Let's remove it, okay? Remove field slug on table topics. It does not exist. Designer. Where do we have topic? Yeah, we don't have the unique slug on it. Huh. Interesting. Not sure where that came from. Cool. So, all right, let's define an array of, because it needs to be an array of objects. But can I define the contents of an object in here already? Or do I need to do some shenanigans? Because I recall that in we will probably kind of need to do shenanigans here, right? Well, let's just see. We don't want that. We want SurrealDB, SurrealQL, data model. Okay, because we have array, and that, by the way, needs to be lowercase a. Okay. Yeah, but then we have object, right? And we don't know if we're gonna have any description of the object. Because we can create an object, no problem. It's just about objects with no limit of depth and then nested objects or values within. This means that object and arrays can be stored any complexity and whatnot. Okay, so I don't think we will be able to define the type as if we were doing in TypeScript. But we could be able to define that it's an array of objects. The same for posts and series. Possibly. Okay, I can live with that. All right. That simplifies things a little bit. But then I would like to have some kind of validation here on the database side. And Mithridates is laughing. Nice quote today. Where the hell is that unique slug? Yep. It was very unique. That left me astounded. All right. So let's just add some comments to do. Validate topics. Validate posts and validate series. And then it will be update stuff. Okay, and that's it. So I would like to, first of all, before we even try to push any data to the database, we should validate if everything is actually fine. So how on earth are we doing that? To be honest, I don't know. Let's think. What if we're gonna go over every topic in topics, okay? We're not doing any inserts, we're gonna be validating. So let's remove the to-do thingy. So, can we basically check for data types? That's what would probably need to happen. At the same time, if we would try to upload it, the database will already check for everything because we already have defined this needs to be a string, that needs to be this and that. So I don't think we have to do too much, to be honest. We would just need to make sure that some data is there, I guess. So first of all, let's just make sure that the name of the topic and description have at least, few characters. So here we have the value length is longer than 1, right? Topic larger or equal. So let's do larger than or equal 1, okay? So in case we have some one-letter technology, I know we're talking a lot about Twitter, the topic will be X. I can't think of any other things like that right now, but we need to cover that edge case. And for the description, I want it to be at least 10 characters. Okay, I just want to require that from myself. So there we go. Let's just update this too. Bam, and we're a bit safer. So that means that we don't need to validate that. We need to validate one thing. We need to validate the ID that we're providing to the topics. So first of all would be, first of all, this, please, 4. And there's no formatter, okay. We can reformat it ourselves, right? No big deal. Okay, I'm gonna run it like this, and this will go here. There we go. So the thing is that we need to validate the ID because in our thingy here, if we're gonna go to schemas, we can see that the topic has the ID. Here it's defined as a string, but we know that we're saving them as UUIDs. So we should be able to verify it if it actually is a UUID. So let's see, if we're gonna go to something like functions, do we have something like that? Like string functions? Slug is UUID. Okay, the string is UUID function checks whether a string is an actual UUID. And we want to do that because I want to keep everything as that. I don't worry too much about, okay, let's use this kind of ID or that kind of ID. I'll just go for that, okay? So basically for each one of them, if topic dot ID is UUID. Okay, so let's do if it's not, then throw valid topic ID. And there we go. And we're just gonna stop the whole transaction. we'll just throw errors left and right. Okay. All right. So possibly this works. Let's do the same thing in post. We need to basically go over each post. And the last one will be validate series. We're gonna do the same thing here. I'm just gonna go smarter with this. This is a problem. Series, plural and singular is the same thing. Let's just do an S. We'll live with that like that. All right, not a big deal. Okay. So let's see if this will work. Let's try to start prepping the data. So I guess, yeah, we're not doing much here, to my surprise. Okay. So I guess we're gonna grab that topic and define it and the JavaScript side on the JavaScript side right now. So we'll need to go to the DB sync manager. It's gonna be kind of ugly, but we should survive it. Okay. So before we even connect here, package data to appropriate format. So we're not gonna do the content thing. We're just gonna do this topics data and yeah, topics map. Where we take in the topic data and just start prepping it. So first of all, for each one of those, we don't. Do we need something like that or not? Let me think. We probably can just straight up return an object. Yeah. So how do we do that? ID will be topic data ID. Oh, yeah. We'll live with that because the topic data itself. Wait. Topics. We have ID collection. Oh, ID assigned by Astro. Then we have the collection, the data, which is actually the schema of the topics, and this thing. So we can basically kind of extract them already here. Collections, right? Map. We'll get topic into topic data. There we go. If I name topic. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing here. And same thing here. This way we can get rid of this part. And therefore down the line here, we don't need to worry about this thing. ID is this, then we have name, description, and slug. There we go. That's it. So this is our topics data. Then we're gonna have post data. Woo! That's a lot. Let's see what we actually need from there. We need the ID, of course. We need the title. So let's plop the title on top. Description. Okay. Slug. Feature. Obsolete and draft. All right. And then what we have? Did I miss author? No. Draft. Then we have learnable, which we don't care about too much right now, but we're gonna just plop them here. So learnable, we're gonna say false for now. OG image. And we need to kind of have the same casing to make things. We don't have to, but you know, won't hurt. And we'll have published on. We're gonna basically make it published on, and that'll be an empty table for now. Published at, and this needs to be a date, right? Date time. So we could do post data, update time. What is it? It's a date. So this is going to be sent as JSON. Maybe it's going to work. We'll see how JavaScript deals with actually giving a date. And then we have updates, which will be nothing. Last updated, we don't touch that. We don't touch those, and we don't touch that. And things like author, not really here. I guess we'll need to have another collection called authors where we kind of extract authors from all those posts so that we can plug them in some other way. I don't know. Or maybe we're just gonna get those IDs or names in the posts themselves and we'll figure out from the database how that works. We'll see. Okay, slug doesn't exist on post data. Really? Post slug. Okay, there we go. All right, this should get us somewhere, right? No big deal. Okay, so the last thing will be just to peek how to do the series. Okay, let's just do the same thing for series name. Value at least that. Description at least 10. There we go. And unique slug, another one. What the heck? There we go. This is gonna be good enough. So I'm gonna grab those. What was I thinking with the unique slug? Okay, it's updated. Cool. So, wow, this is gonna be real simple. Series data. We'll just have ID, name, description, slug, and we'll need to give it topic IDs and post IDs. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, we could. Topic IDs, which will be just list of strings. Yeah, let's keep that. Let's include that here. Won't hurt. All right. It won't hurt. So yeah, we've got the topics data, post data, and series data. That's all prepped. So now we can basically try to include that here. So we have our little query here. Instead of giving it just content, we're gonna give it topics, posts, and series. So this will be topics, as in topics data. So we can again put on the new line so that we have things semi-organized. Topics data, we have post as post data and series as series data. There we go. And this should basically be able to send all the data to the database. Yeah. Let's see if that works. Okay. But can I first, maybe I'm gonna do it separately. Okay. So this will be the params. So let's do const params is this thing. What the hell just happened? Got it. Const params is bam. Okay, now we're good. And this way I can just do console log params and just print them out so that we can quickly inspect them. All right. On our database side, we're just gonna upload a, update that function. But all we do here is we just validate if everything has its IDs and return true, and that's it. So yeah, let's try that. Okay, There was a problem with database series. It doesn't like it because which line? Number 4. Oh, I'm missing a dollar sign. That's all it is. Ah, and we need to keep closing our. Line 11. Expected if to end. I guess we need to end if in some way. I forgot how to do that. Let's just double check. Statements. If, because I might be mixing up two kinds. I guess this the syntax. If something, then something. While the new syntax doesn't use the then. Okay. Alrighty. This should be fixed again. Oh wait, I have a bunch of ifs. Go. Please work. Okay. It looks like we've got it updated. So that's good. So we can go here and see what's gonna happen. Oh. Topics, posts, and series, they're all empty. What? Okay, this was unexpected. Why are they empty? Topics. We have here, we got the collection, all the topics. We mapped it to extract the data. So log topics. Let's just log the topics, and I want to make sure that nothing weird is happening here. Collection topics does not exist or is empty. Ooh. Sure, collection directory with this name exists. What? We're loading them here. And we're waiting for them to finish. Okay, we're getting some spicy errors here. So yeah, all that loaded starting data. So basically it waited until everything gets loaded. And then it complains that it can't load anything. So what if I'm gonna straight up put this part out and just let's see what happens if that changes anything. Maybe I just screwed something up. Huh. Still doesn't exist. Oh, that's gonna be fun. because it worked before. And blog loader worked as well. Is that force thing just breaking everything? Oh, now it magically started loading things. Interesting. So yeah, all that loaded topics and whatnot, and then we've got the stuff that we combine here, which is good, and just some error on the bottom. Invalid topic ID Astro. Oh, failed to update database. Invalid topic ID Astro. So I guess I assigned topic IDs the wrong way. Okay, so at least, oh, because, yeah, because I removed this little part because I thought it wasn't working, while really it is working. Save it, run again, and now we got result true. So everything was verified, this whole stuff. Okay, it's not a lot, but it's something, right? So we've got the connected, right? Oops, where'd I go? Connected and params. Topics, we have this topic and that topic, okay? They have different IDs, even though they look both start with 6, but it's good. Then we've got the posts, so we have a bunch of them. Some of them should be drafts. Like this one's obsolete, right? So we have that one set to true. All obsolete. This one's featured, not obsolete. While these are just drafts. Okay, so that works. And then a series we have here, and topic IDs and post IDs. It's just a list. Okay, that's great. The database accepted that, verified all the IDs, no problem. It caught some that were inappropriate earlier, so yeah, things are starting to work. So now I guess we're approaching the really, really, really difficult part. How on earth are we updating this whole stuff? All this stuff. So let's think about it again with the help of whiteboard a little bit. So we managed to all do all that. We extracted and we ran the update SurrealDB. So from that point, we're done with Astro. We passed it all the data that we need at the moment. Now what we need to do is basically figure out that little other part here. How we basically add the data and how we link it together. Because this will be probably not the most optimal code, but at this point I'll just write it initially really dead simple, something after something after something kind of code in SurrealQL, rather than optimizing it into batches and whatnot. We're dealing with very small amount of data right now, and it will be years before it would matter. If years of everyday writing a new blog post before it would matter that, oh, I'm running 1,000 queries versus, oh, I'm running 100,000 queries or something in that one batch. It really doesn't matter. What I wanted is to be as readable as possible. So the whole idea was that whenever we start some kind of new request, we would generate some random ID, that this is the ID of this request. And therefore, we would be able to do a few things, because when we upload stuff from Astro to the database, we'll be either adding new items, so we need to create a record in the database for it and link it up, which is not a big deal, right? It wasn't there before, nothing with this ID exists. Okay, I'm gonna create a new one. So an upsert, right? Or something, possibly. Then we have changed an item. Something changed. We could possibly need to check what's changed, but most likely not, because we're not really doing a lot here. Although we could probably check if some, I don't know, we'll see how the linking works at some point. So an item can change, which means we just update some parts of its data. And then the last one is where we deleted an item. And suddenly what by deleted means is that it's not I removed the blog post file, right? Because it's some old blog post that doesn't work, doesn't matter, or maybe I had a draft of a blog post and I decided, you know what, this is just pure garbage. I'm gonna delete it. Doesn't even have to be in my code base. So I'm clicking delete. I save it, I push the code. What happens is that Astro sends that list of all the posts that it knows about. So now it will be up to our database to notice that, wait, we have this post on the list from us in our database, while it wasn't on the list from Astro. Oh, that means we need to delete it or something. So that's another thing. And this is where this kind of update, this kind of unique ID every time we send something to the database would play a role, because we could make it so that every time we update the topic or add something new or basically do something with something, series, topics, and posts would have kind of last update ID. And therefore, what we could do is whenever we finish adding and changing items that we received from Astro, we can basically go and, hey, list me all the items, all the posts, all the series, all the topics that don't have that new ID. And that means that these will be the leftover ones, the ones that we notice that, oh, we didn't get them from Astro, therefore they should be deleted or something. So this is also where we should start thinking, oh, should we delete it right away? Or should we keep it for a number of versions? Because I can imagine situations where there's a little mistake, okay? Oh, I made a mistake, and by accident I removed that specific thing that I want to revert at some point. And that means that this change got pushed, and if that was a post, okay, that suddenly means that all the connected comments, or maybe not even comments, like, we have a post, right? All the liked relations will get automatically removed, because the moment you remove a post, a record, even before that removal happens, all the links, all the relations to it automatically get removed. So that means that our post would basically just be, would delete forever. And even if we reverted it, all the likes and everything will disappear. All the comments maybe would be automatically deleted or something. I don't know. It's kind of not fun. So we could have few approaches here. One approach will be to basically say, add some kind of field like removal time. okay, and set it to something in the future. So the moment we detect that the item isn't there anymore, it wasn't provided by Astro, therefore it should be deleted. If the removal time is not set, we would basically set it to, I don't know, 30 days from now, okay? And therefore, yeah, it would just get deleted in 30 days. While all the likes are still linked, all the comments are still there, we will probably need to just update things around to not display them maybe in post interactions or whatnot. So that it disappears from from the user perspective, but it's still here. The other option would be to probably something very similar, to just mark it instantly as deleted, but not actually delete yet. So instead of removal time, we would have deleted at, okay? And now, some kind of time now, and then somewhere in the database, we would have an additional rule so that we basically check, oh, this hasn't deleted yet or something, is ready for deletion, and the database would know when to delete it as well. So these are kind of the same approach with the deleted add or something. Let's just make it deleted at, okay? It's kind of more popular option because then we could basically, a query that we would run would be checking for, is the deleted at set? If it's set, just don't show it, mark it, as deleted. And only then we would have some kind of cron that could run either every time we update every time we rebuild the database, or we just add an additional task that, I know, we use valtown to just hit the endpoint on a database from time to time, every few days. Just clean up the deleted stuff, clean up deleted stuff. And we could even implement the additional stuff is where we kind of serialize the post and maybe list of likes and put in a separate table just for lookup in the future or something. And keep it there for a year or something. So yeah, I think we could do that. Just delete it at. Okay. And this will be date time. Okay. I think I'm gonna go with that solution. It's just, let's add the nice empty checkbox. We don't have an empty one, right? What the hell did I use? Time. Sure. We're waiting on that one. Oh, I was just using an X. Okay. There we go. So in the deleted at, and we also need additional thingy, which will be the last update ID, right? Last update ID. There we go. And therefore this would post it. We need to add that to topic and series as well. Also the deleted at and last update ID. All right. Sure. We could do it that way. So let's actually update our schema to have all that included, okay? So in our topic, we want to define field deleted at, okay? And it'll be an optional date time, okay? So yeah, comment date and time. The topic was marked as deleted. It will be automatically deleted after a certain amount of time. Look at that. The AI just knows that this is probably a common solution. So we'll just have that. Just deleted that. I mean, additionally, we could have something like a reason for it. It could be kind of nice to just add that. Why was it deleted? But I don't think so. We don't need that. It's not a lot of data to keep track of. Uh, so other than that, we're just gonna do the define field. This will be last update ID. Okay. And of course, it needs to be an optional, or does it? Because all the data will be created in a database automatically by Astro. We are not going to ever add any topic, any series, or any post manually. Okay? Therefore, last update ID absolutely needs to be set. And how can we specify it as a proper UUID type? I think there was something like that, like a specific thing in data model. Little option. Can we search for UUID? Is it searching or what's going on? Oh, don't press enter. So there's data model UUID. Okay. Okay, it's a type UUID. I think. It's or via string prefixes. I wonder if I need those brackets. I'll try to define it without the brackets, okay? And default, we don't put any defaults in there. Yeah, it's just there. The idea of the last update to the topic. Okay. Used to detect deleted topics. Okay. There we go. So let's try to get those two and push them here. Okay, let's see what happens. I'm gonna try to delete that. That worked. And how about this one? It didn't complain about the type, but I don't think it's checking the type when we're pushing things. So we'll see. We'll see if we'll have any problems in the future. Okay, so we can probably copy and paste it to the post. So the post will also have something similar. We have the description, last updated, likes count. Likes count and comment count I'm gonna leave for later. For now, we have deleted that and last update ID. There we go. But we're not putting topic. Post is marked as deleted. There we go. So we can plop those in here as wait. We need to update the thing to post. There we go. That'll be a big oopsie to have it defined on the wrong table. Okay, that worked. And the last one will be the series. Post. So we're gonna do it here, series. apostrophe here because series is serii is the plural of series. English is funny at times. Okay. So that's good. But there's one thing we need to do now. For all the queries, wherever we were querying things and events and whatnot, whenever we're listing posts, because I don't think we're worrying about topics or anything else yet, we need to make sure that we are not showing the ones that are deleted. So I remember that we were doing something, exactly the same with what is it? Published at updates with draft. Okay. We were not allowing to show when something was draft or something. So the thing here is that now we have draft and deleted. So let's just see how many places are there that reference draft. Other than something like Stream 5 and whatever, I care only about stuff in Stream 8. Because that's where we're at now. So we've got this thingy. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got 4 places where we need to keep track of that. And this will be only increasing. So I'm thinking maybe we should define an additional field that basically says, is publicly viewable, something like that. And this would determine if we can show it to the end user or not. And if we can create likes and whatnot. So let's do that. Let's just define that one additional field. Somewhere after the last update ID, we're gonna make define field is public. Something like that. Okay. If it's public. And this will be on table posts. Type will be wait, was the future a type or was it something else? Because we could use a future to just make it calculate itself every time we just view it, just so that we don't have events. Again, we won't be querying the posts themselves with all their data that often. The users don't have access to that. So we should be somewhat okay, right? Hopefully. As a data model, do we have future here? Not here. Okay. Futures. It's right here as a separate page. Kind of hidden. Futures are values which are only computed when the data is selected and returned to the client. Futures can be stored inside records to enable dynamic values, which are always calculated when queried. Okay. So simple future is create person set. This is future that. On other fields, dynamically. Okay, so this isn't showing any data types, which is kind of weird. Do we need to set as read only? What the heck? Because here it shows it's a data type, right? When we assign it. But how does one define a field like that? Do we say it's future? Do we specify a future and some subtype? do we pass it as a value? So we just do value future. Do we use this in here or not? Future. Friends were this and that. Time now. Larger than birthday. Okay, so we don't need to use this. So future is basically is public. So not draft and not deleted at. Okay. So that will be our future, right? So now everywhere we use draft in those weird situations, we just use is public. So let's just do this. Let's try to push this and default. There's no default. The value sets itself, right? We'll see. I have no idea how to use that. Method says, I think features are still picky about braces and wrapping expressions in there. Okay, that makes sense because it's just a cast. Thank you for pointing that out. Alrighty. Okay, so let's see if this will, if SurrealDB will accept this. Problem. Unexpected token. Let me just check the examples. Oh, these curly brackets. Oh, okay. Really? Huh. That's unique. But at the same time, the whole feature is unique. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So if that's the case, now we can go to the... Oh no, did we already? Here. This one here. On learn create. We need to override this one because we just changed it to public. There we go. Then we need to update. Before I do that, what the hell's going to happen if I'm going to go Explorer posts? Is public. And for all of them, it says nothing. Really? Do I need to explicitly set the value? I guess. I guess for the already created ones, I will need to explicitly set the value of them. So let's just go and grab this thing. And what we can do is basically update post and set is public to this. So not draft. So OB draft is true. Wait, it is public. So for public, it cannot be draft. So draft needs to be false. Yeah. And cannot have deleted at because deleted at is none, which is, I guess, false. We negate that. It will turn true, I guess. Yeah, let's see what happens. Found none for field last hour because now is of course checking everything. Record but expected and UUID. So let's give them their UUIDs if they want it so badly. Last update ID is Where was the generator? Okay. Here's the UUID. It was U, and then we've got this thingy. It's public, and the deleted ad should be none, which should be fine. Okay. Is public? False. False. So I should be able to go to Explorer, refresh. Now is public? Yes and no for various things. Okay, that looks great. Yeah, draft and whatnot. Last updated ID. All is here. Okay, great. So I guess we need to run and set the. We don't have any topics and we don't have any series, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay. Alrighty. So let's see what's going to happen now. So now we updated this one here. And what else do we need to update with is public instead of draft? This thingy. Wait. One extra thing. Because is public will be true if we can show something. While draft was true if we couldn't show something. So we need to invert those. Okay. So that's good. We just need to figure out what else we switch to is public. You go away. I want this thing. Okay, cool. And we were updating the onLearn create unlearned. So where do we have learned? Oh, not is public. So if post doesn't exist or it's not public, can't learn something that doesn't exist. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna update that one again. Cool. Other thing with drafts is here. Negate it. And then we're gonna have one more thing. Post interaction. Okay, so we need to recreate this thing because override doesn't work on those view tables. So we'll need to recreate it where not is not draft, but when or is public. Okay. So we're gonna basically remove table post interactions and then define new one. There we go. So we're gonna go to post interactions. There's nothing there. Oh no. What? Why is that? Oh, that probably complicates things, right? We can't use the is public because when we switch something from draft to something else, it's just gonna freak out. I can see some solutions here because we're gonna get back to that again. It's just we had post that override this and future draft. And that's it. Yeah, so we basically did everything. So when we define a feature here to be draft and not deleted, in theory, we could define a separate function that would give it post, or would give it a post or something. and it figures that out for us. And this way we could reuse it somewhere else, but right now I think I'm just gonna make it with where statement if it's possible. Da, 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 da. Or maybe it's gonna update anyway, but it didn't show up initially, right? Because if we have this, basically select all the stuff where is public. What if I'm gonna replace it with this draft and that? Will this suddenly make it appear normally? Let's recreate the table, run query, and we'll go post interactions. Now they show up. Okay, so for some reason, we cannot query something with the future. We can use futures in the uh, table views. Huh. What if I'm just gonna run normal select? Select ID, likes count, and comment count from post where draft is deleted and all that stuff, right? Run. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff. All right, run again. Yep. 704 milliseconds. Holy moly. Wow. That is really slow. For 2000 records, that's extremely slow. Oh well. What if I do is public? We get nothing. So why is that? Because we need to do is public here. Still didn't work. Huh. Those features might be kind of broken. So go to Explorer posts. Is public is set true on so many of them. Very strange. Yep, I think the features are broken. Let's undo some of this stuff and do and include is public here. Okay, let's run this. And now, oh, look at that. So now, so we can read it as in include it in the select, but we can't use future inside a where statement, which kind of totally defeats the purpose. At least right now. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so I guess we need to run and for now just delete the field and all its references. Huh. Surprising. Okay, so let's just use our get to where we should be. Okay. So what did we change? Not here. Learning Surreal. what about a subquery? Oh wow, that would be really painful to do. To do something like where results, whatever I would need to do, select value public. I mean, is public. Um, Something like this. Where am I even doing it? Run. That works. Okay. As a subquery works, but that kind of defeats the whole purpose of having that. This is horrible. So yeah, but if I'll do is public. Nope. This dot is public. Nope. So yeah, that doesn't work. So what was it doing here? So I have is draft and is not draft and is not deleted. That's when we do the post interactions. Okay, so let's redefine that. Delete, remove table post interactions. And then let's do this one. We'll see. We'll switch to those features when they will start working. For now, okay. So this here is up to date. We need to basically go and fix access stays. Like what? Here, please. Comment, yes. Comment line 62. So if it's not public, so or after dot is draft or after deleted app. Okay, that's what we'll need to do basically. For now, not a big deal. So the comment, of course, we need to push that change. Okay. So with that change, we can basically, I'm gonna straight up just have it here. Comment. Let's stage that part. Learn. So, or not is public. So we'll have this thing here. Copy it and let's pop it here. Okay, that's done. Now we've got liked. Okay. So if target draft or target dot deleted at. Okay. So liked, we stage. Learned, we staged. Let's go to post interactions are already corrected. Series, we stay with the way it is. And topic, nothing crazy happened here. And a post, we just need to get rid of the is public for now. Okay, so this will go here, and I want to do remove field on table post. There we go. So we go to the Explorer, posts, refresh. It still shows that the has field is public, so we need to update them, I guess. Where's this thing here? Update post unset is public. And that should be it. Alrighty. God, why does it take 1.2 seconds? Alrighty, that's good. Alrighty. So that's it. Yeah, at least we have the concept of being deleted. Yeah. And we have all the IDs set. So I guess one extra thing that we would need to do is in our test data, we need to update the way we generate things so that we already have some kind of initial random ID. I just really want to keep those, somewhat valid. So we should be able to use random UUID, right? So we'll go data model. No, to functions. In functions, we can find random. We can get random UUID. There we go. Just like that. So we're not gonna do it per thing, but let's do let last update ID. ID is bam. Okay. And this way we'll be able to do it nicely. So this last update ID is just that. And that should create our posts. Do we need anything else there? We don't need deleted at. That stays as none. And that was pretty much it. Okay. So let's start populating it in that case. So with topics, initially, nothing. When we look at our diagram, look at a topic. I can just get rid of some of those extra things here. Okay, so it's less distracting. So we've got the deleted at, and we've got the last update ID, and here, good. So you can see everything is pointing at the topic. Therefore, the topic doesn't depend on anything. When we create it or update it, we don't have anything else to update. So that will be the simplest one. So in that case, I think the simple upsert would be good enough. So update stuff. So we'll just do update topics. So we're gonna do the same thing for topic and topics. We're gonna just do upsert, and we do topic.id. Do we do that? Oh, that's the thing. We don't want to do that because we need to generate the actual ID. So let topic ID is, how the hell was it done? Keep forgetting those basic things. That's what happens when you use a database once a week. It takes a while to learn those things. Functions, type functions. No, there should be separate thing. We have type. Converts a value into record pointer. Okay, a thing. Type thing. And we just give it something. Cool. So type thing will be the name of the table, which will be topic, of course. And ID will be the topic.id. There we go. This should be our thing. I wonder how it's gonna treat those UIDs as a string or something else. I have no idea. We'll see. We'll use it in an uniform way. Yeah, that's good. That's a topic ID. So we can upsert the topic, and let's just see what the syntax is for upsert. I use it maybe like once. The upsert statement can be used to modify records in a database if they already exist. If the record does not exist, it will be created. This is different from the update statement, which will fail if the record does not exist. Yeah. So we have upsert. Then we have the targets. Only if we were just doing one. Content, value, merge, patch, or set. Okay, I see. So we will probably want to merge or something. We'll see that in a second. And then we have condition and what do we want to return? We want to run them in parallel, which we don't. We want everything as one transaction. And timeout duration. Okay. So the thing is that if we're gonna do upsert and we're gonna run set on it, this will only update those specific values and nothing else. The upsert statement can be used to modify records in the database if they already exist. Yeah. In the case where record ID isn't specified, the existing records in the table will be upserted. Okay. Upsert all records in the person table. Yep. Supports conditional matching with the where clause. Okay. Then we have the only. Upsert just a single record. All right. So kind of could do it in a batch, I guess, but then we don't want that because we'll have different values for each one of them. Using where clause, conditional and merge clause. Instead of specifying the full record data using the set clause or the content keyword, it is also possible to merge upsert only specific fields by using the merge keyword and specify only the fields which are to be upserted. Oh, so upsert certain fields on all records. Or settings, marketing. Oh, so with merge we can go deep. With set would be kind of what we want, but in case of the topic, we don't really want to do much because we want the ID to be the same, right? That's how we're matching the thing. And then we want to basically override all the values because when we're going to go to the topic, we just have the name, description, slug, and potentially deleted at, which we won't touch. So I guess what... So we'll need to use set to update the values, but not delete the deleted at. Because if we have a deleted at and... Oh... So if we have something that was already marked as deleted at, and we just received the matching thing, we want to actually reset the deleted at so that it's, the time resets, we're not deleting, we just undelete it automatically. Yeah, so let's do that. So we're just gonna use the clause content, just straight up content, right? I think it might be the easiest in our case. So let's do that. I'm just gonna do it like this to have them side by side. So yeah, upsert topic, content. And the content will be what? Name is the topic name. Description slug deleted at will be none. The last update will be the last update we just got. Okay. So the thing here is that, I mean, I don't want to put comments in the middle. Update topics. Mark them as not deleted to undelete previously deleted topics that match the ID. Okay, just like that. That's it. That should create a topics. So let's do it the way where, yeah, let's just update it in our database and just try to run it. Because at this point, it should create 2 topics in our database automatically, hopefully. I'm really hoping that's gonna work. Do I have any problematic things here? Yeah. Random semicolon, right? Oh, and straight up not finishing the for loop. There we go. Now it should be a little bit better. Yes. Okay. So if that's the case, I should be able to go back to Astro and just run it again. Grab all the content, send it, and ooh, cannot execute absurd statement using value this. Okay, so it doesn't like what? Topic? Oh, because I didn't use this thing. Oops. Defined it, but never used it. Okay, let's try again. Oh. Found none for field last update ID with record topic this, but expected a UUID. I just set the last update to something specific, right? Oh, I'm not sending the last update ID yet. That's the thing. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. So let's fix that quickly. So when we call our function, where do we do that? Login. Blah, blah, blah. Here. Okay. We give it topics, posts, and series, but also let's do the we have an option of sending the ID, or Surreal can just create its own ID, right? Why do we care? Yeah, let's do that. That will be just on SurrealDB side. The front end doesn't even need to know that there's something going on. Yeah. And I have an idea of how to, in the future, protect the whole thing to not be run twice, but for now, let's just stay with this. Let's just stay with that. So we're gonna make, I mean, first we can just validate everything, right? And with update stuff, we'll just do let update ID. We just generate new update ID, right? Just like that. And therefore, the last update ID, because we can't extract it from there, it doesn't exist, we just plop this new one here. And this will be set for everything that we're going to be setting, the same one, so that we know that it's exactly the same. And then we can run checks or something. Yeah. So let's copy it. Let's paste it in here so it's up to date. And let's try to sync again. It's good we're doing it now ahead of time rather than later. Okay, database update results, true. In the meantime, I'm just gonna remove this whole params being sent. It's just clutters everything. This is so massive. And do we have anything else here? We we define those. Okay, I'm not printing anything else out, so yeah, we're good. Let's see our database. Explorer topics. We got 2 topics. And the ID is in those square brackets. I guess it's assumed to be in normal ID, normal string, nothing crazy, so that's fine. And last update ID, we just have the UID, so that's great. Okay, and we've got those 2. So what happens if I'm gonna sync it again? It just should do nothing. Yep, it's up to date, everything. So the last update ID was 0191, right? Let's refresh it. Oh, it changed. It's just the front was a little bit different. Interesting. Is it really UUID version 4 that we're generating? Or, I don't know. Should be unique, right? I won't worry about it now. Okay, that's great. That means that we have it created. We just checked off the box of created or added. So in theory, I could add another one and it would just appear next to other ones. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's go and clone some topic. Right, copy paste, and this will be, what other topic would there be? Nim. Name will be nim. Slug will be nim. And description will be post about the nim programming language. And we just need an additional unique ID. Fresh, copy, and we paste it here, save it. And so now when I'm going to run it again, at first I'm going to force it to be empty or whatever. It probably just tried to push everything empty, right? Oops. What the hell just happened? Refresh, nothing, no changes. Okay. I'll need to figure out that way to clear cache without doing weird stuff. Let's just do that. We push the stuff. Okay. We refresh. And we just got an additional one. So this is how it's gonna keep things updated. If I'm gonna change description from post about the SurrealDB database to maybe something where is it? SurrealDB. We'll just do SurrealDB as a NoSQL database that's easy to use and scale. Sure, we'll just go to that. I've just saved it. Topic loader reloaded data from there. So that's a topic loader talking. But we didn't rerun the main DB sync loader. So we're going to stop this, rerun it, and hopefully it's going to push it. Let's see. I'm going to refresh. No. That's the thing. We need to somehow invalidate the cache. I remember reading about it at some point. Let's see. Topics. Wait. I'm here. I need to go config, topics loader. And I would need to basically extract it because we have loader input, right? Loader input dot store dot clear, right? So what this does, it should clear everything cached in the store, and therefore when we load it, maybe it's gonna reload it. Please. Refresh. Okay, this updated. Good. Let me just copy that one line to the other loaders for now. Okay. And here, paste as well. There we go. All right. So now we're gonna create one more. Just throw away one, like a copy. I'm just gonna change that number to something else. SurrealDB, whatever. Okay. Got that. We save it. We run again, and it should update it. Please tell me it updated. Run. Okay, we got that. This is the whatever. So this is what we're going to use to test to detect that we actually deleted something. So after we update the topics, we need to do detect deleted topics. So we can just do let deleted topics, and it's select value ID from only topic where selected at is not none. Look at that. But that's not it. From only topic. This doesn't know how to use the database. So we could get the deleted topics. Select value ID is fine. We're gonna get a list of IDs. Which then we can run a query on, right? Select value ID from topic where last update ID is not the current update ID. Okay. And deleted is none. Okay. So let's think about it that way. So we want to mark something as deleted only if it hasn't been deleted yet. Because if it was already set as deleted, we don't care. It's already marked as deleted. So first of all, we basically filter them to find only the ones that haven't been updated with the new update ID. Therefore, they have old update ID. And then the deleted is not none. I mean, is none, okay? Only the ones that have nothing. So basically, not deleted at. Okay? So this will be our deleted topics, or maybe topics to delete. Okay? That sounds a little bit more reasonable. So what we can do now is basically for each topic ID, and I mean, we just don't even do that. No. Update topics to delete, because it should take the list, right? I hope it's gonna just take the list and iterate over them. That's what makes sense. And we're gonna set deleted at time now. And that's all we're gonna do. That should mark them as deleted, and in all the queries, they should instantly stop showing up. And whatever process we're gonna have running in the background to periodically check and actually delete data, it's gonna be separate. We're gonna take care of that some other time, and I'm actually gonna have Valtown send stuff to our database from time to time, so that we can have a cron task running for free. And it's all JavaScript. We'll actually use the same way to connect, which is kind of nuts when I think about it. Okay, so we've got that. well, that's all that there is to actually mark things as deleted topics. The only thing would be to make sure that those topics aren't showing up. Because when we look at the database again, from the perspective of a drawing, when we have the topic and it's supposed to be deleted, okay? There's potential that the series, some kind of series, is still pointing at it. Maybe some old deleted series, right? And then we have posts also pointing at it. Most likely deleted because something new we will have basically checks to make sure that it isn't pointing at something deleted. Although it still could in theory. So, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem. We'll see. We'll see how we can update those things. I don't think we have anything inherently problematic about marking this as deleted. Yeah, because can be is about and just show me only the ones that weren't deleted. Yeah, this is gonna be good enough. Okay, for querying purposes, it's gonna be good enough. The link is still there in case the topic is gonna get reverted, undeleted. We don't want to remove any of those links, so they need to stay. So just marking as deleted will be fine. So now that we have that, let's test it. Let's test if this thing is gonna mark itself as deleted. So what we need to do is basically get back here, copy this code and put it in here. Okay, no errors, so that's good. So in our Explorer, we still have those 4. I'm gonna remove the file SurrealDB whatever. Deleted add is empty. Okay. So here, yeah. So we have the SurrealDB copy. Let's just straight up delete the file. Okay, bam, and run again. Okay, that run. Let's see if when we refresh, deleted add. There you go. It automatically detected. Oh, I love it. We build our project and your database magically updates. Oh, this got deleted. Oh, this is fun. It's like really surprisingly simple. Okay. So if that's the case, we can continue and move on to posts. So we're gonna do now update posts. Mark them as not deleted to undelete previously deleted posts that match the ID. Exactly what I want to say. So let's see what AI comes up with. It's gonna be a decent start, right? The post ID, we just post database and we extract the ID. So all that is good. And we're gonna do the upsert as well. And we just need to figure out what we need to put in there. So let's see. Title, yes. Description, yes. Slug, yes. Featured, obsolete, draft, all that gets set. Okay. Learnable, we already passing, always false, but we're passing it already. OG image, we're passing as well. And then we have published on. We're setting it here, even though for now we're just passing empty. Published at. We're passing in a JavaScript date, so we're gonna see how that's gonna get converted. Probably as a string, so it's gonna figure it out. Although I'm not sure. We'll need to see if there's some weird data. I mean, if there's some weird, what did you call it? Date time issue, because maybe it didn't convert it to UTC or something else. I'm not sure how JavaScript, how basically at this point is more like how the Surreal SDK for JavaScript works with that. Updates, we set it, good. Last updated. That sets itself automatically. Okay. Or does it? Because we have default. The date and time the post was last updated. I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna do it, because in theory it could use some other systems. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna leave it off for now. No big deal. Although it needs to be set to something, but default is published at, so it might succeed. Okay. And then deleted at will be none, so we undelete things. And then last update ID, we just set the new one, and things like likes count and like comments count, I believe they all update themselves automatically, right? So if we have delete or something, don't they update themselves automatically? I mean, they're default to 0, so they should by default just create themselves. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. Let it be there. Yeah, that should be it. um, Great. So the other thing is that now this will add the post, right? But if if I'm going to add this line, delete the tag deleted posts, it's gonna go over 2,000 of the existing ones, because like, hey, they don't match, let's delete them. So yeah, let's try that. The tag deleted posts, so post to delete. Yep, that's correct. And post to delete, set deleted at. There we go. Wow, and it already put series for us. Let's not hurry too much. Yeah, let's try that. If that's gonna work, this is gonna be the simplest thing ever. Run. Okay. Let's explore. Posts. Refresh. We have 2,000 rows. We should end up with 2013 or something. So let's rerun it, please. Running. Oh, it's taking a while. Wow, long while. Thinking and thinking and thinking. Oh, several seconds. Okay. And we're making 2,000 updates. Each update, when we mark something as deleted, should update the other table, but this is extremely slow. I wonder why. What the hell happened there? So now let's refresh. We have 2013. There we go. These are all the new posts. Okay. So that's fine. And all the other ones got marked as deleted. Beautiful. And the seconds continue going up as we approach. So that means if we're going to go to post interactions, we're going to get only 7 posts. There we go. No likes, nothing else. But this is data that's going to stay up to date. Great. So yeah, our posts already have likes count and everything set to 0. Even OG images, so we have properly filled in data. Slugs, titles, no updates right now, no other things, but everything will get updated the moment we update the source. So that's great. And this is probably where those new diff functions could come in handy to maybe detect that something got updated and automatically set the last updated value on it. Why am I clicking that? Don't sort it. Leave it the way it was. There we go. So last updated, what are those dates? Oh, because it's published at. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense then. So the last thing really is to, because we just tested that that works, so that's great. So the last thing now is to just add the option of series, update series. Okay. And for series, what do we have here? As for series, that's fine. We can use the same pattern. The series ID is calculated, and now name, description, slug, deleted add is none, and last update is the new one. And now the only thing is to mark deleted series as deleted, and that's gonna be it. There we go. That was a little bit simpler than I expected. And mostly because we're not performing any real deletions. So because of that, our likes still exist, right? Yeah. Topic, series, post. All that is fine. This gets marked as deleted, so the likes exist, but when we want to query them, I guess you will still have them listed, but you won't be able to get any details about the post, so that's interesting. Huh. How do we have those likes defined? Because there's a possibility that the post will become a draft or some other stuff or whatnot. So I guess we should also update roughly the idea of, I mean, first of all, I'm just gonna grab it and put it here. So let's just test it. Because the other thing is that we need to think of the way to also, restrict people from viewing their own likes that are for posts that are marked for deletion or are drafts. Okay. Because if I by accident publish something, somebody already liked it because they read it, and I would unpublish it. I don't want them to find it again or see it again. It should appear as if deleted. I don't know. It's kind of strange. There's so many edge cases, basically. Okay, so I did that. So now we can just redeploy this thing. And we should get our series built. Ooh, didn't work. Updating database, failed to update database in record post. I expected an integer from none for comments count. We're making up. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So let's look at this. What we're doing here with posts is we are using content. And what content does, it basically tries to remove everything that's not in here. Therefore, we're kind of marking the counts and everything else, trying to mark them as none. We're trying to remove all the other extra fields. So we should actually do set. And why set and not something like merge? Because with merge, we could potentially damage some of the other stuff like published on. I don't know if it would override a value or add something. I'm not sure. I'm gonna play it safe, and all those will just get turned into equals. And this way we're only setting those values and not touching anything else. Okay. Yeah. And for series, we don't have any likes or anything, so we can just keep it as content. We override the whole thing at once every time. So let's just do that and see if it makes any difference. Oh, set. All right. The set doesn't allow for those, so we just end up with this little hanging comma. There we go. So when we try to run it again, hopefully now it's gonna run. Please. Okay, now it ran. Good. So let's see. Explorer, posts. Everything's still fine. These are not deleted. The other are still deleted with the old time. Yes, so nothing happened here. And we just have additional series here, just mentioned. And we haven't set any links yet. So that's the thing that we will need to add. Oh, yeah. Because now we will be versioning links as well. What is pointing to where? Yeah. This is not the end yet. Because I was already thinking ahead of how we can start deleting things. Right? Because we'll need to add queries to things like, authored and liked to prevent them from being even queried in case something's going on with a post. And then when we create the post, we need to automatically create or mark as deleted those is about links. So I guess we'll need the deleted at property here and the last update ID as well for this one and this one and this one. So this is where complications start to show up. But it shouldn't be that complicated, right? Well, it's relatively easy for now. It should be, I hope, the same here. Because again, I don't want to delete those links until we get to a certain time. So we can go here, right? And just update our things. So I'm gonna go to the topic and just copy the deleted at and last update ID. This is what we're gonna be replicating for other things. So first of all, let's do post to is about. Is about the stream. So first of all, let's just push the code that we already have. Okay, just test data. So it'll be this and Astro sync. So create update mark as deleted for topics, posts, and series. Okay, just for that. Then now we're gonna move on to those relations. Okay. So deleted at and last update ID will be added to is about. Deleted at the relation marked as deleted. And last update ID, the ID of the last update to the relation is to detect deleted relations. Okay, we'll keep it generic. So instead of topic, it will be is about. Alrighty, let's copy it and update our schema. There we go. So we're gonna go to designer. Suddenly is about got some more fun stuff. But that means, yeah, okay. So isAbout doesn't have its own ID. We would define it by in and out. Okay, I can live with that. That's good. Less complications. So now we need to receive the actual IDs about the post. So let's make sure that this is happening so that our code can work properly. So let's go to not this, but here, to where we prepare the posts. The posts here, and we define them here. All right. So we should, on top of all this, basically say topic IDs. Okay. So what would it be? Because right now we define tags, which kind of sucks. Yeah. That's the data we don't have defined yet. All right, or I'm gonna think about it. We're probably gonna find really quick approach to just manually quickly do it and then take care of details. I'll take care of the nitty gritty details later. But I'm just gonna go for a short bathroom break and be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, so with the topic IDs, we're gonna make it really simple. Right now, in current posts, tags are just literally strings, names, right? Just had it real simple, so whatever. So I'm gonna leave those tags for now here, but we're gonna add is topics, okay? And they will be defined as I won't be putting in any IDs here because that will be just horrible to look at. What I'm gonna use instead of just putting in names, I'm gonna put in the slugs. Okay, so in this case, I would have something like Quasar framework. I would have something like TypeScript and whatever front end tutorial. These are not topics. Vuex, no. Tutorial, that's not a topic. Front end, kind of topic. TypeScript and Quasar framework, sure. So something like this, okay? These will be the topics and they will be matched by a slug, all right? So let's do it this way. Inside our config, we define that blog loader uses blog schema. So now the blog schema, basically we need to add, besides tags, we want topics. So it will be an array of strings Default others. What the hell is that? Oh, the default value. Well, the default value will be empty. Okay. So if we don't have it specified in our blog post, it will be just an empty array. Right. All right. That makes sense. So in that case, we should be still able to just run it, right? Unless I started doing something, an object topic. Oh, front matter does not match collection schema. An object topic. Topics. There we go. Now it works. Okay, so that works. We loaded it up. So what we will need to do is that yeah, this is interesting. Because right now in front matter, where we're loading it, we're just loading a bunch of strings. So we should be able to match things differently. But for now, we're just going to do it in sync manager. Okay. Because here we already have access to all the topics and other things. We can basically make it so that file description slug post data. So topic IDs will be post data topics. Okay. I'm gonna map where we get the topic. Topic slug, okay, because that's what it is. I'm gonna go over topics, find where the slug match, and we just grab its ID. Okay. This way we're literally gonna grab the things, right? And otherwise it's gonna get no value and whatever. I would need to add in the future some kind of, I'm just gonna add to do handle missing topics. There we go. There we go. Unmatched topics, okay? Just like that. So yeah, this way we're gonna suddenly send topic IDs. I'm gonna do topic underscore IDs. And this way it'll just look more like the rest of SurrealDB stuff. And therefore this is gonna get automatically sent. So if that gets automatically sent, that means we have access to it here. So for each post, besides just absurding the stuff, we should be able to define the, absurd also the relations. So absurd, and this will be, well, not that easy. For that, we'll need to run another for loop. Or do we? Because we can absurd, yeah, let's run a for loop. For, what is it? Topic ID and post topic IDs, because that's how we have it delivered from here as topic IDs. Through all of them, we basically want to create those relations. So it will be from the post ID, let topic really topic ID string. Well, topic ID will be just create a link to it, right? And therefore, I don't want to create relations via relate here, because that means I cannot upsert. But a relation table, the edge table, it's just a table, right? So I should be able to do upsert. We just do the topic ID, which is the specific relation. So either create it or update it. And contents here, let's see, is about. Wait, not this thing. This is the out, okay? So I actually need to find the relation. Oh, geez. Yeah, I actually need to find the relation and update it that way. So it's gonna be a little bit more tricky. So let existing relation. So we basically need to find value ID from post from is about, where in is the post ID and out is the topic ID. Okay, now we limit one to just get literally one thing. And if it's not an existing relation, we just need to relate it. Okay, post ID relate to is about, to topic ID, and we want to set the last update ID to be the new update ID, right? Else, we want to update the existing relation where we update this thing. And that's it. Yeah, that's literally it. And then on top of that, we'll need to delete the relations to the things that aren't related anymore. Yeah. So we have two variants now. Two variants to take care of. Let me kind of visualize what I mean. So the moment we have a post that's not mentioned anywhere anymore, right? It's deleted from as a file. It's basically missing, and it's gonna get marked as deleted. Because the last update ID hasn't been updated. But right now, when that happens, none of those get updated. All those relations, right? But in theory, we would actually need to update them to mark them as deleted, because the moment this gets back to life and those relations get back to life as well, they will get undeleted. And I mean, it's not a big deal. Okay. So that means that we would need to mark things as deleted if the whole post is deleted, or if the post wasn't deleted, we just need to mark as deleted the ones that are here. So there's no overlap. Okay, good. So that means that during this part, when we upsert something, when we handle the post that actually exists, right? Because in this for loop, we're going only over the posts that either updated or added. So if there's no existing relation, we do something. So at the end of this thing, of handling that specific post, we would need to go over relations that haven't been updated. But is there a reason to do that here? Because all the relations that are still existing, they're going to get updated. The last update ID is going to get updated. So all the leftovers just won't be updated. If we mark something that wasn't there as not updated anymore, with this post to delete, right? At the end, right here, we can just go and grab all the relations from post to topic that have the invalid update ID and are not deleted yet and mark it as deleted. And that's it. It'll be just one query. Okay, that sounds good. So yeah, that's how we update the topics, right? I mean, the links. We update them here and then detect deleted posts and detect deleted top post about is about topic relations. So we just grab them here. Post is about topic. What the hell? Post is about topics to delete. Oh geez. Post topic relations to delete. Long name. Oh well. So we selected again IDs from is about where last update is this and that. It sounds like there should be a simpler way to do it. Oh well. For now it's gonna work. So we grab all the isbulb relations where last update ID is not matching and is not deleted yet. Okay, so this will give us all of them, so we can basically update each one of them to set them as deleted at now. And that's it. All right. That might work. Yeah, and if we're gonna get something new, some new ID to something that doesn't exist, that's where problems happen. But I don't have energy today to deal with that problem yet. So what needs to happen is, yeah, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could try to do that on the front end a little bit or something. Unless, so if existing relation, if it's not an existing relation, we should check if the topic ID is actually exists. If not topic ID exists, okay, throw valid topic ID and we just give it the topic ID, all right? Just like that. This is simply so that we don't have a situation where we pass in the topic and we try to create a relation with something that doesn't exist. I mean, this already would kind of warn us, right? But no, we can create a relation with something that doesn't exist. Although we have the enforce on it, so in theory it shouldn't be possible, but I'm just gonna run that extra check to be extra careful, all right? It's just me. Overkill everything. Okay, all right. Ooh, this is getting long. We might split it into smaller things at some point. But for now, let's just update it here. Oh, I expected this delimiter to close for topic and there. So line 67. We open this. Oh, this shouldn't be here, else this. Okay, and then we close it. I think this is gonna be fine now. We just had an extra thing there. There we go. So if that's the case, let's just quickly update our data or something. So right now, we're gonna send a bunch of nulls, which is not great. we'll just say that the topic is the slug of this. What? Find the topic and get its ID or error. We'll just error it out, right? We won't be checking for errors here, but that will just make sure that if we want to point at something that doesn't exist, we'll instantly get an error from the database, okay? So let's try to run it. We should get an error. Hopefully. Topic error does not exist. There we go. So let's just make sure our topics exist, okay? We need Quasar framework, TypeScript, front-end, and Vue. This will be relatively quick. So we're gonna do topics. Copy, paste, and let's just have it here. Yeah. So what the hell? Go away. I'm editing it here. Quasar framework. Okay. Let me just grab a list of those IDs on a separate screen. What was it? UUID generator. There we go. I'm gonna copy this one, and we've got a new one here. This will be Quasar framework, and Vue.js UI framework that provides a set of components and tools. There we go. Slug will be Quasar framework. This is how we're linking it. Then we've got TypeScript. So we paste, rename it to TypeScript. New ID, please. And this will be TypeScript. Just give it some kind of description. It's a super set of JavaScript. There we go. Okay. And what else? Front end and Vue, and that's it. Front end. Kind of vague topic, but whatever. Let's not even do it. Just Vue, okay? Vue.js. Progressive JavaScript framework for building user interfaces. There we go. So we're gonna get rid of TypeScript. From front end here because that's kind of vague. So we got those three. Did I set a new ID for front end? No. Okay, paste, save. And that should be it. Now with those three, it should let me through. Oh, topic error. Still topic error. How is that? This is saved. What the heck? I guess we need to add this info here. Otherwise, throw new error. And this will be... Can I throw error in this kind of situation? I am not sure. But for sure, doesn't look like it's happy. Okay, if that's the case, then please, topics find this and that. So, you know what? Let's do it this way. If it doesn't exist, we just put topic.slug. Wait, pause that at topic map. We map the topic, find the one that's matching. Otherwise, it's not matching. So we need to use this one, yeah. So basically this way we're gonna at least print out, the database will print out which one was invalid. As I'm a little bit confused, why it would be a problem? Topic Quasar framework does not exist. Framework. Quasar framework. Here. Quasar framework. It exists. What the heck? And it should be added to the database before any posts happen. So what the hell? Unless, yeah, because it should find the ID of it. Not sure about that. Let me think, because I want to finish at least that part today so that next stream we can, fast forward. Okay, so I have it defined here. All right. This is inside topics, so that should be analyzed. So before we get to, where is it? We don't need this nor that. So basically, when we gather the topics, all right, I'm gonna just print them out for now. Topics is this. I want to see them, all of them, if they actually show up there. They don't. What? It's just like, nope, I'm not gonna even notice that there's something new file added. Okay, this is unexpected. Why is that? You just added a bunch of them. Something isn't right. I'm stopping the whole thing every time, so that's not a problem. Is it this thing that I added here? Clear? Is there something else than store here? Config.cache creation legacy. How do I clear? It's clear to clear everything. Entries, has, keys, values. There must be a way to clear the cache. Meta dot. No. Okay, we need to look it up. Astro build. Okay. We've got the Astro 15, but I think we're using Astro 14 feature. So let's do blog. 29th, this is 15th. And we've got the content layer API. Content collections. Getting started. There are some links here. The content layer API RFC. Straight up removed. What? Astro loaders. RFC is gone. 47. Oh, now it's 50. Okay. Because we've got all this stuff. Optional. Background motivation goals. Blah, blah, blah. Loader API. Hasn't changed. If the loader doesn't handle incremental updates, clear the store before inserting new entries. In some cases, the API might send a stream of updates. Okay, alright. What about the meta? Because there was meta thing. So what do we have here? The store. Entries, set, keys, all that. The meta store. Each loader is provided with meta store object. This key value stored scope to the loader and is used to store metadata. This data isn't available to pages, but instead used to store information such as sync tokens, e-tags, last modified times. The meta store has the following methods. Get, set, has, delete. So we can't just clear the thing either, right? I'm gonna run this. Suddenly it's gonna work, right? Or something. No. What the heck? Just ignores all the files, really? They are .md files. They have the same format as everything else. Well, that's curious. Wait, just happened? What the heck just happened here? Run from scratch, please. Okay, now it's good. So yeah, we just got 3 of those. That's it. No idea what happened with this one, this figured one. Because the moment we're gonna run the other one, it's gonna mark everything as. So let's just add one thing. In our overall DB Sync Manager, after we grab all of those, okay, total number of IDs is this. If total number of IDs is 0, error, no content found, probably Something might be wrong. Okay, we're just gonna do that. And in the topics loader, I'm just gonna bring back the little thingy here. Because it seemed to work so far. Don't know what happened, then it all stopped. I need to figure it out because it's kind of worrisome. So what we're gonna do is run the force, and that should throw error. Okay, no content found. Something might be wrong. Therefore, it errored out, and because of that, we can run it normally because it didn't go through the database. And now straight up nothings. What the heck? You serious? It's as if it stopped checking the file system. Is this a Windows thing or my terminal or something? Yeah, we're in a good place. Run it. No. It's just straight up no. Okay, I am getting upset. In that case, let's try this. I'm just gonna grab all this stuff and basically, you know, uh, what did we do? Schemas and all that stuff. So this will be implement sending content to DB. That's what we're doing. Let's push it, and what we're gonna do is, first of all, I'm gonna try once more after we did some changes to GitHub repo if magically something updates. Of course it doesn't. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna go totally different. Do we have this other thing somewhere? Remote Explorer. Do I have it here? Let's add a new one. Open folder. Repos slash. Oh, we need to just straight up go there and get it. Get cracking. Great. This is old stuff. Right. Here. This way. There we go. Open the repository. Okay, we've got a repository. Great. Let's switch to this one. And we're just gonna try Linux instead. Let's just refresh it. Sorry, this is so tiny. There we go. Xconti Tech. There we go. Okay. This is gonna be severely confused right now. Do we have PMPM installed? No. Oh dear, this is gonna be a journey. PNPM. We want Ubuntu. So we should have curl, right? Do I have Node on this system? Node version? No. Wait, was it just Node? npm? Seriously, I don't even have Node installed. Wow. Okay. I mean, I could just run with bun, right? Bun. What? Everything got deleted or something? I was running bun on this system. Mystery. Node.js. Download. Seriously, it just go away. Linux. NVM. FNM. Brew. What? How about Node version manager instead? Okay. Yeah, that looks like the proper repo. Let's see what happens. I wonder if I was supposed to run it. Oh, it's okay. Other terminal to start using a VM. Sure. And VM version. And VM list or something like this. What the hell do we have here? Oh, geez. Install version, but there was like a list or something. ls. List installed versions. Remote. Available for install. Okay. That's a little bit different than a Windows one. NVM. ls. What the hell was it? ls. What a messy thing. ls version. ls dash remote. Okay. This is the version. Oh. Oh, we've got 22. How fun. NVM. Install this version, please. NVM. Use this version, please. Node or npm version. Works. Okay. pnpm version. Not works. Didn't we have this one at some point? Using force to sure hope you know what you're doing. Yeah. Oh, wait. It's already it. Uh, Whatever. We're just gonna run with npm, right? Okay, so at least I can go here. Come on, pnpm. Maybe I just need to restart the whole thing. Sorry, this is getting so slow. It's just things really aren't cooperating, to my surprise. But something's wonky. Maybe I just need to restart my computer or just switch to Linux, which I'm trying now. Refresh, please. pnpm version. Now we're talking. Okay, pnpm install. Okay. No errors, to my surprise. So what now? Now we need to go to the wait. This one, this is that one, so just straight up close the other one for me. Great. Just move that here for a second. And we're just gonna grab this. So we need to create a, not here, here. New file, .env, and paste in those public values. There we go. pnpm dev. Ha! Topics does not exist. Or is empty. I really must have some typo somewhere. If I'm gonna go to content config, right? Wow, this is massive. And content, all this looks okay. So that's not a problem. Topics loader. Clearing that, awaiting this to load, which is fine. Nope. This does not make sense. Why did it suddenly stop working? Yeah, topics are still empty. Source, data, topics, everything in here. I think we're gonna finish with fail today. I mean, big success in a way of how far we're able to get to. But right now, what is happening is just nuts. So how am I getting those three? Because I'm waiting for topics and everything. Cause topics is await get collection topics and map topics to data. Nothing crazy here. Ay, 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 ay. I had to check if I changed something recently. Schemas. That's fine. I can't zoom in more. Zoom out, but not zoom in. So yeah, nothing here. DB Sync Manager. Nothing really crazy here. Everything that worked before. But it's odd that suddenly all of them started switching to like empty, empty, empty. What happened then? Yeah, these are just topics. And I don't think any of them would be just suddenly breaking something. Yeah, no weird values. Hmm. Topics loader. Not changed at all. I do not know what the hell's going on. No code unfound. And then stack trace. Okay, one last read through this because I don't know. I missed something really stupid. None of this is failing. Goes through here, waits for the topics and everything else to process. All data loaded, starting data validation. Doesn't exist right now. Other than the duplicates, right? So we're loading the data and it just complains that there's nothing there. And config.ts. Find this. Loader topics loader. It's fine. Pattern. Everything here inside source data topics. Is it supposed to be like that? I mean, it worked before. I don't think any of those variants will work. Let's do this and maybe something like this. Why would that suddenly matter, right? Hmm. Well, I do not know. It does not make any sense, so I am really confused right now. Yeah. Just straight up stop working. I guess that's my sign to just finish for today. As I lost probably an hour trying to figure it out. And it feels like straight up lost hour because nothing makes sense. I'm gonna need to probably restore my PC and hope for the best. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. There are no read problems or anything else, so strange. Never had that problem before in Astro, so yeah, that's interesting. Other than that, things seem to work pretty well so far. Our thing here keeps growing. I think we got to the point where all the relations between topics and between the posts and topics will be taken care of, and it'll be just bunch of something, copy pasty thing is gonna work. Method says, just tuned in and missed what the issue was. Seems to not be a SurrealDB one though. Oh, not the SurrealDB. It's just out of nowhere, Astro just when loading topics and blog posts and series, it just straight up is like, nope, these are all empty. No data. So yeah, a little bit surprising. Just out of nowhere, and I even cloned the whole repo in WSL, Windows, basically on Linux, and absolutely nothing. So very confusing. While everything else works, no problem. So I don't know. I'm hoping restoring my computer will work. If not, I have absolutely no clue. Yeah. We'll need to figure it out. Probably Fresh Brain will help me out in the morning. So, yep, I'll be finished for tonight. But like I said, we got most of the stuff that needs to be done. The only thing will be to go through extra relations because this one's been taken care of, right? So now for the series, we just need to go through the same process with contains posts and is about topic. And that might be it. And then just add some extra permissions on liked and whatnot, and we should be fine. Yeah. So that's that. Don't know how to handle comments yet. We'll see. Yep, we'll see. We'll figure it out next stream. All right. So thank you for watching. Thank you for helping out Mithridates. It's always helpful to have you around. And if you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And you can also join in the my Discord if you want to chat more. And I'll see you on Friday. We'll be continuing with SurrealDB, but we'll continue with writing the database driver for the NIM language and the NIM language, so that we can use SurrealDB in NIM. All right, thank you, and see you around.